Guys, no, don't fight about the box. The box is nice, and the box is for everyone. The box is for everyone. Everyone can enjoy this little box. I want to move her, but I don't want to upset her. Hi, squirrel. You enjoying being in the box that Mommy got to organize her crafts? Ah, oh, nice! Thanks for the subscription, man. What does that end up being? That's till October. Nice. We're gonna do a bunch of fun shit for Halloween this year. I'm like so locked in and ready for it. Oh my gosh. Of course, the days where I'm like late to stream and stuff like that is when the cats are like, be later. Be later. Snuggle us. Hang out. Not gonna lie, you guys, I am pretty pumped about this thumbnail. I think it's my favorite so far. Yeah, the cats are so naughty. Squirrel's in a banker box right now. Fatty's in my lap. Runts is in my spot on the bed, which is crazy. I guess I'm gonna start off with this height today, since the cats demand my constant attention. Okay, so just real quick, I just oh my gosh, sorry. Why is this not muted? It's like the only thing that's not muted. Okay, so I'm gonna click this just so it stops doing seagulls for half a second. Pop that down.
Arigato.
Cool. Okay, so just a real quick recap. What happened last is, so we're on, well, I have 0 energy and running errands all day today. I've yet to take a nap. Dude, do what you can. You know what I mean? And honestly, like, once again, I love having you guys participate in the live streams, but, like, you guys gotta prioritize your health. If you guys gotta, like, rewatch the stream after the fact, that's totally okay. 100% understand that, especially this time of year. Like, everybody's all jet lagged from this daylight saving times, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure we said we were doing away with. Kind of bullshit that that's still a thing, but I digress. So in episode 3, which is the one that we're on right now, we have, where are my notes? Are they under squirrel? No. Oh no, thank God they're not under squirrel. That'd be a nightmare to get. Okay, so in episode 3, we started off from Ava's perspective. She had a troubling childhood where she wanted to be in charge of the family, and then we get put to the first Twilight, right? Kenzo gets chosen as the first sacrifice. He gets exploded into hellfire, which we're like, okay, sure, whatever. I think he's just, once again, I want to point out that Kenzo is a massive alcoholic. He's been like double fisting absinthe this entire series. So I'm not saying I have any like medical knowledge to that specific effect, but I think that if you soak your entire body in alcohol for the better part of 30 years, the possibility that you would potentially go up like a Roman candle might increase. Potentially. Don't know if that is a fact or not, but I think it's possible that you would maybe particularly burn higher than somebody that like maybe wasn't steeped completely in absinthe. Then we see that Beatrice has decided in this run through to kill all the servants. So all of the servants are donezo, as seen illustrated here. So Kenzo died first, burned with, and again, he has polydactylism, so we know for sure he's dead. He has 6 toes, what have you. Then we have a magic witch fight with Cannon, which he loses because she is like, oh, you have to defeat all 7 of them, and he can't. And then in the event that these two are going to be brutally tortured and murdered. We have Genji step in and he's like, nah, man, we ain't even gonna do it like that. And so he kills these two mercifully so that they don't have to deal with all this nonsense. Then he mercifully gets killed by uh, Ronov, Ron, Ronove, Beatrice's butler. Then we head outside. No, then we go to the kitchen, go to Dai's, because the pots and pans come alive and murder him, sure. And then we go outside, and they're about to kill Kumasawa, our wonderful fox-faced servant, and we're like, oh no, that's awful. But then, plot twist, turns out she's the original Beatrice in this gorgeous outfit. Top-tier outfit, by the way, classy. The frills are in places that wouldn't be super annoying, and I mean, I'm not crazy about this hat, but like, this is just like oozing like peak outfit attire. This outfit, there's too many ruffles up here, too many, like, the ruffles I think would just be a bit much. Bottom part's fine. The this bow business in the middle, not really crazy about. And then so after she defeats Kumasawa, turned into Beatrice, uh the revival of Beatrice like the last time, then we had Eva and all the siblings all the siblings and their spouses in the guest house trying to figure out what about Eva? Not yet. We haven't gotten there, Kaza. Calm down. You're ahead of schedule here. So all of the siblings and their spouses were trying to figure out the actual gold epitaph, like to become the head of the family and like solve this case or whatever. And Eva's like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom or whatever. And she sneaks out and she got like a little the teeniest hint from Eva and maybe some like direction from Kyrie, who like, I don't even know if she knew what she was talking about, but Rosa gives her sister a little hint and she finds the golden room, which, fuck, that's the thing I didn't get a screenshot of. Guys, the majority of the reason why I was late today, I started way earlier. I started at like 6 o'clock getting ready today. Immediately just wolfed down some ramen noodles and was like, I'm getting into it. And I've been fighting with my computer about screenshots, which, by the way, this is an old world technology screenshots. You have it on like old iPhones and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure screenshots one of the like founding features of computers. Don't know why it's such a pain in the ass for me to figure out on this laptop, but I digress. So I was trying to find a screenshot of that golden room, which I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it, because that was on my list of things to get done, and I couldn't find it for some reason. Do I have a pen? Sorry, one second. Here's a pen. Okay. Screenshot golden room. Okay. So she finds the golden room, and then as she's coming up the stairs, she runs into Rosa, and Rosa's just like, wow, that's crazy. You found the golden room. If you don't tell everyone, I'm the second one that found the room or whatever. And then Eva, because she found the room, got crowned as the new Beatrice, or as we've been calling her, Evatrice. Now, I like this, like, I like the bottom of this better than the other dresses because it's got like little transparent elements and stuff like that. And she's a little bit older. If you look at the difference between her and Fern and the Trick or Treat witch or whatever, she's a little bit older. She's still young looking, but she's not lolly necessarily. They're I think a good 6 inches shorter than her, if you recall. But I don't like all the bows. The bows are a bit much. This beret is kind of this beret is reminding me honestly of that Monica Lewinsky thing that we were watching the other day. The beret is, in my opinion, a little tacky. I don't know. I like the shawl, but this big bow closure here, I'm not crazy about. I love a glove. I love a good glove. Does she have gloves? We can't tell if she has gloves. Beatrice doesn't have gloves. I like a good glove, and I like that she has the scepter. So that's where we left off, and um they had like a coronation for her and stuff like that that took forever, and it was just like, okay, but like magic isn't real, this isn't actually happening, so it's like kind of a long time to dedicate to this thing that like realistically is not the truth. Like if this is just a meandering daydream of Eva's, this is like a bit much. Like she needs to talk to a therapist about her insecurities about being not the family head, because she's the family head now. Like chill all the way out about it. Okay. And that should tidy all that up to where we
ど
left
うし
off.
ても寝つけなくて。シャワーだけ浴びさせてもらったから、私はもう十分よ。次の人、休んでもいいわ。キリエさんたちはいかがですか？どうする？ルドルフさん。休ませてもらう？
キリエは休んでいいぜ。俺は起きてる。それくらいしか男らしいことができない。
Right?
じゃあ起きてるわ。
And Kaz and I were talking about how ridiculous these guns are too. It's like, I believe Rudolph can handle it. I believe he has the musculature to be able to like handle this this gun. But the women, you gotta be able to handle the recoil on something if you're gonna cut off the stock and the barrel. Oh my gosh, is it still?
余計なお世話よ。
Really? Oh no, you're just in the wrong YouTube. There are two. Yeah, the vertical stream is for me to clip later so it doesn't like spoil anything. And also so that the chat is on a sync. That YouTube stream is purely for... Oh, sound's turned off on game. One sec. Like the music. Volume mixer. Weird. I'm not getting live game. I don't think there's any music right now. Is there? Yeah, so just because it gives me the option to do the vertical stream, I have it set to that because it won't let me switch scenes. So I just had to pick the thing that would stay the most relevant for the longest amount of time. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Here, maybe we'll kick that up a bit. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's because Twitch doesn't offer a vertical stream or anything like that, but okay. Where have you been?
もう休んでなくていいの？姉さんこそ無理しないで休んでたら？
There's like thunder rolling in the background. Can you guys hear that?
なんだか寝つけなくてね。シャワーを浴びたら眠気が覚めちゃったわ。ルドルフたち、よかったら休んでいいわよ。
おう、サンキュー。今は気持ちだけでいいぜ。兄貴たち、先に休んだらどうだ？
Hey, notice how none of them are drinking coffee because that wasn't really a thing in Japan until like the 80s. Well, not the 80s, I guess. That was when they started implementing it in like the form of candy.
それよりエヴァ姉さん、大丈夫？
One of my favorite factoids about Japan is that they used to not be a nation of coffee drinkers. That was fully implemented as like a brilliant marketing plan. Well, obviously she's not feeling well, guys. She has gold sickness.
夏日、上の南條先生を呼んできてくれんかね。
はい。いいわ、そこまで大げさじゃない。常備薬は持ってるから大丈夫よ。疲れるとすぐ熱に出るの。心配しないで。
Gold fever.
姉さん、無理しないで。ありがとう。私抜きで兄弟が集まってると、 私の陰口でも言われてるような気がしちゃってね。
This is very akin to
昔か
when
らの被害妄想なの。
Doran Greatshield in The Hobbit starts like
私は何も
being
言わ
like,
ないわよ。
well, this is
姉
all
さんのい
my
ないところで
gold.
姉さんの嫌な話なんて。どうしたの姉さん、さっきから変よ。もう少し休んだら。そうね。
What if that was all just a
3月までの
dream?
金策を考えたら
Like her getting the gold, her conversation with Eva, and her turning into like a little witch and having a coronation. What if that was entirely a dream? That'd be very, very annoying, but I'm not going to rule it out. She just gives herself a brain aneurysm trying to solve a riddle. Oh my god, I've never related more to a character.
お言葉に甘えてもう少し休ませてもらうわね。
どうしたんや、エヴァ。急にへそ曲げて。すまんな。わしらもうちょい休ませてもらうわ。
See,
すま
and
んな。すまんな。
once again, I would be making a will right now. I would be carving my name onto the bottom of one of those gold bars or something like that, so that they know I got there first. And I'd be like, hey, I found the gold first. Rosa came in after me. If anything happens to me, like, somebody needs to suspect I've been murdered. Because in no situation would I, like, be... Of course. You'd never know with me, too. Like, if I'm in Eva's shoes, I find the gold, and I'm like, whoo, wow, found this gold. A trip, fall, break my neck. And I'd be like... Okay. But, you know what I mean? Like, you'd be so cautious after something like that. Pull a Beatrice the First and just fall off a
空
cliff.
気が悪いな。どうにもギスギスしている。
Guys, we should all have a nice cup of delicious coffee about it. Coffee, coffee, coffee drink, coffee candies.
ストレスが溜まって当然ね。上の子たちもだいぶストレスが溜まってるんじゃないかしら。
You know what's great for
マリアが
stress?
心配だわ。
Caffeine.
こういう時は感触を起こしやすいの。
Delicious. That's crazy. I want the tea on that immediately, Max. Yeah, caffeine is peak. What's everybody doing on the second floor? Oh no, we had to push Battler down the stairs.
ごめん、ローザおばさん。私たちもなだめたんだけど、どうしても聞いてくれなくて。
Hate it.
どうしたの、マリア。
Guys, so we just put this child
みんな
outside?
見てるわよ。
例のバラ庭園のマリアのバラ。
Oh
あ
my
れが急に
god.
心配だと言い出して。
寝ぼけたみたいなんです。急にガバッと起き出して、バラが心配だ、バラが心配だって言い出して。
You guys know the rule, 3 woos and she gets her vocal cords
それは
cut.
夢なんだよ。
Into the ocean with you, child. We have the opposite rules to Titanic here. You guys are always trying to trick me, and I won't allow it.
ローザさん、子供を頭ごなしに叱ってはいけませんぞ。
Crazy to me. Hold on, one sec. Crazy to me that a doctor in the 1980s isn't just suggesting to sedate this child. I mean, Really? They used to prescribe people cocaine. Like, that is a true fact. They used to give people cocaine and, like, heroin as, like, regular medical care. So, the fact that nobody's been like, don't you think we should be giving Maria her medicine is a little out of character for these 1980s characters. You know what I mean? Like, I understand why you maybe wouldn't incorporate that into your game, but that is canon. That is true lore. No, exactly.
誰か子供用の鎮静剤とか持ってるか？ほら、銀の粒みてえなやつとか。
持ってるわよ。ああ、今探して飲ませるから。
There we go. There we go. Oh my god. I was gonna say, this is so unrealistic that they wouldn't have child sedatives. Guys, I fucking called it. Do I or do I not know my child abuse history? Oh my god. Oh my, do you think that's a real historic, like that would be a hello, I'm the historian of child abuse, and here's how people used to beat they kids. That's so crazy. Oh my god, man, that takes me back, you guys. That takes me back. Me, Eminem, talking about abusive mothers on mainstream media.
きっと親族会議のどっけにやられてもうたんやな。今はもう他の親族たちのことは全部忘れるんや。な。
That's crazy. I will empathize though with my Starbucks order being incorrect because that shit pisses me off. That is not cheap for them to like fuck up your order. I used to go to Dutch Brothers all the time, and not one time did I go to Dutch Brothers where they didn't fuck up my order. And then anytime hubby orders for me, it's correct. And so I'm just like, are you fucking joking? Like, why is it that when he orders for me, you do it correct? Because I think there's that threat of violence. You know what I mean? Also, the underpinnings of us having an altercation at a coffee shop over this very sweet moment of this couple is just frying me right now. Oh, hi Box Squirrel. Oh, Squirrel loves this banker box, you guys. What was her coffee order, Max? Type out her exact coffee order in the stream chat. I need to know. Because what if that's something I need to order from Starbucks? Like, if she's got the process, I need to know. Oh, yeah. What I need to do is to just invest in an actual webcam. I haven't been able to find mine. I've been trying to dig through and find it, but I just need to upgrade to an AI one that follows me around. Clinker Servant, adjust my cam. It's still high.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェのことかいな。信じる者にはおるやろな。神様と同じや。
I love how he's invalidating his wife's new job.
私もね、昔魔法が使えたの。
ほう、ほんまかいな。じゃあお前も魔女やったんやな。
私がね、絶対に叶えたい夢があって、それを強く願って努力すると、それが必ず叶ったの。私はその魔法で。いつも成績は一番だったし、生徒会長にだってなったし、入りたい大学にも実力で入れたし、いつだって。
Oh my god, did Eva have to headcanon that her being good at stuff was magic so that she could not lose her mind? Is everybody in this family mentally ill? Because if mental illness makes you a witch, oh my god. That would be so peak. The Salem witch trials takes on an entirely new meaning if they just all had schizophrenia. One girl writes an AO3 fanfiction in the 1600s and they're like, burn her to death! I mean, you didn't read that fanfiction though, so... What if it was Mpreg, you guys? Can you imagine 1600s people trying to conceptualize Mpreg? Or BL manga?
私はすごい
They'd be
感
like,
謝して
she
る
must be punished.
あ
Her
なた
thoughts
に
are
出会
too
わせて
dark
くれ
to
てよかった
describe to the church.
いつも感謝してる
Oh, that's so sweet. Can they
病
get
気の
second
時のお
married?
前はいつも気
I
弱
want them
す
to
ぎ
be
や。
double married.
今は
They
何も
spend
言
their
わん
vast
で
new fortune on a
熱が
second
下が
wedding
る
where
ま
they
で
just renew your
じゃ
vows
あ
and they just like
と
finger
こうしてる
guns
か
to
らな。
like the siblings.
絶対に手を離さないでねなんだか私
Oh man,
自
I
分が
really
自
hope that
分で
this
なくなるような
relationship
気が
doesn't
し
have a
て
dark
さっきから
underpinning that I'm
怖
not
い
aware of because I really like
私
these
の
two.
中の魔女
I'm
が
pretty sure I
ラ
said
ブ
they
リ
were
ンジ
my
に触
favorite
発され
couple.
てどんどん強くなるような気がしてなんだか私を飲み込んでしまいそうな気がするの
大丈夫や。わしが一緒にいるか
Oh
ら。
my god, if I had a
なんも
nickel
恐
for
れる
every
こと
time
な
I
ん
had to
てあ
tell
ら
one of
へん。
my boyfriends I was
ほら、
possessed by a witch.
ちょいとヤバめな国に旅行に行った時、バスごと強盗にあったことあっ
Guys,
たよ。
maybe I'm secretly a rich heiress from a child abuse island. Wouldn't that be
血だけを
crazy?
渡して拝み倒しただけだったじゃないかっこ悪いけどかっこよかったわこの手絶対に離さないでね眠っても絶対に離さないでね
Oh, snuggle your wife,
何か
Hideyoshi.
不気味なものが忍び
She
込ん
loves
で
you
きても
so much.
私を守ってね
おう、任せとかんかい。だから、
Imagine
今
though
は安心
Hideyoshi
して眠るん
on
や
the
で。
other side of it, he's like, God, I could really use a cig right now. Like, I love my wife, but this is a lot. I could really use a smoke. We catch Hideyoshi in a very Japanese time in his life. Excellent. Oh. Oh my god. Her getting her ass beat. Hilarious. Oh my gosh. Hideyoshi is peak, I think. I think Kenzo... Hold on. 1 second. Where's our tier list, you guys? 1 sec. We gotta update the tier list. I'm pretty sure that the tier list is correct, but I can't take that chance. So we're gonna need to find the tier list. Yes, I do want you to resend it so I don't have to find it again. Because it takes me 100 years to find everything on Discord. Like, yeah, do update it with the new characters. A basic snow bunny order. Okay, while we're waiting for that. Okay, Kaza's gonna update it, but I want to be able to see it. Okay, so while you're doing that, we're gonna check out this Starbucks order real quick. So we're gonna pop on over. And we're gonna leave it here because we have guys, we have the chat here. Everybody's been being really cool since I took down the author like duplicate streams, which I'm being honest has decreased our visibility. However, it has taken a lot of burden off of the mods, and anything to make their lives easier because they make my lives easier will do 100%. So let's check out this basic bitch Starbucks order because I might need this in my life. Okay. Vanilla latte, 2 pumps cold foam, vanilla, double shot espresso, caramel dribble, hint of oat milk. Okay. I would like to counter that with a caramel macchiato, extra foam, vanilla, double shot of espresso, caramel drizzle, and almond milk. I'll just write that in the chat. Caramel macchiato, extra cold foam, vanilla, espresso, caramel drizzle, almond. Don't forget that there are 2 Marias, because I wanted them separate. I do, yes. Oh my god, don't give her my Starbucks order. She'll be pissed. She'll be like, whose fucking Starbucks order is this? Who told you about this? Ooh, fuck, that sounds good. Is that like basically a Kokomo? That sounds delicious. Iced white chocolate mocha with coconut milk and chocolate drizzle. Fuck yeah. Although, here is my fall Starbucks order, which, by the way, you guys, you are not allowed to judge me during pumpkin spice season, okay? I'm powerless against the hold of pumpkin spice. I'll bring it up. Oh, no, don't call hubby while I'm doing my Starbucks order right now. No, get out of here. Okay. I'm going to pull up my Starbucks order right now. By the way, you guys, I have a little sneaky bit of lore right now. Kokomo's espresso, chocolate milk, and coconut syrup. Yum. White chocolate mocha. I like the coconut. I've been getting very radicalized towards coconut. Did you know? Oh, I'm gonna butcher that username, but here, guys. Real quick, if you want me to say your username phonetically correct, you gotta drop the phonetic, like, in the chat, or I'll butcher it. Kyrian? Am I close? Kyrian? So pumpkin spice latte season is peak, but I have a little sneaky little bit of tea for you guys. I told you guys the homie whose wedding I went to. Remember the wedding where I made like a complete ass of myself at dinner? Because I had to bring up Asian flush because I can't help myself, and then I gave myself Asian flush because I was like, stop perceiving me. I literally can't shut up right now. I'm so nervous. His matcha shop is like nearly open, so we're gonna have to do like a going to the matcha shop stream. Like, we're gonna have to go to the matcha shop because I've just been nonstop getting these delicious matcha drinks in my Instagram feed, and we're gonna have to go. I told him, I said, listen, homie, you gotta turn this into a cat cafe, except at this perfect cat cafe, in my mind, you actually can't pet any of the cats, and it's just for me to pet the cats. And it's basically just the exact same thing you're doing, except I bring a cat here and I pet a cat while I enjoy my matcha and stuff. And they're like, that's not a business, Riley. And I said, okay, well, that's what I want. And he's like, of course not. No, that's not what we're doing. So I will be going there. Maybe I'll bring a kitty cat. Maybe I won't. But we'll see about that. Okay, so tier list. And then, does the tier list just pop up? It does not. Okay. Bum, bum, ba-da-ba-bum. There we go. Perfect. Why is it not? Okay. So I'm gonna... Yeah, that should be. Okay. So here we have our tier list. I'm gonna make it just a touch smaller, so you guys can see. There we go. We'll put our tier list here. We're going to set our tier list. All right. So obviously Kinzo still goes to the top. So far Tiramisu can also go there. Big fan of him. There. I need more. Add a row below. And that one's gonna be. No, I don't want that color to change. ROY. J. The. Always has to be in the rainbow because this is the gay agenda. This is the F tier trash. Okay. Now, can we save this? I think part of the reason why this never gets saved is because I'm doing it in the wrong. One sec, you guys. Google. I also have been trying my absolute best to not dox myself on the internet, and so far so good, right? Oh, what's my account? What is my account? Why is everything so freaking hard to log into also? Like, you have to have 10,000 passwords for everything. You have to remember them. You have to remember not to type them in when people are watching and stuff, and it's just like, ugh. So exhaustive. Yes, that's me. It's me. Go into Google. Prove that it's you. I'm literally right here, computer. Yes, it's me. Unbelievable. Okay. Then we go here. And then we should be able to save this. Save. And then go. Okay. Good to go. Whoop. Okay. Okay. Kyrie's fine. Eva, put her up there. Rudolph, he's a bit of a scamp. I like him. Hideyoshi up here. Not a big fan of her or her. Eva's. No, it's so crazy, all of these things that you have to be able to do to remember your passwords, and it's just like not great at all. He goes there. Don't like that character. She can go here. And it should be in order of when we meet them as well, so just like in The Walking Dead, I want them to be both chronological. I'm pretty sure we met Henry first, and then Rosa, and then Kyrie, right? Right? I mean, or was Kyrie, I don't know, it's close. Kumasawa, she goes up there. Jessica's fine. Crazy, okay, so regular Maria's trash. I honestly like the other one. We met Kyrie first, okay. Shannon. We need 2 Shannons, too. How do we duplicate Shannon? We need her as a table, and then her as a regular character, because she's actually improved. She goes up in the tier list. Not a big fan of Goda. Cannon is higher tier, but not quite A tier. So what I'm going to do, okay, is B.5. So you can go here. Okay. This is Umineko. Just count her character growth. Fair enough. Fair enough. So she went from here to here, just so you guys know. Natsuhi, not a big fan of her. This is tough. Klaus is whatever. We met him first, though. And which one? Satan. I like Wrath Demon. Then Lucifer. Then not really a big fan of these characters. He gets put up here. She gets put here. And she gets tentatively put here. Listen, okay. The tier lists are not changing that drastically, you guys. They're not that drastic. Okay, one sec. Just so you guys can see the full tier list. I think I kind of scrolled up just a touch too much there for you. They're not changing that much. Okay, so here I will defend my tier list, you guys. I'll defend it. So we don't really need all this extra business over here. So let me just slice that up so that you guys can see. Okay, so, oh no, go back where you're at. There's so many things going on the screen. Okay, so realistically, this is not that much of a change. Okay, this is normal. So the seven sisters, I get that they represent the sins, but like there's so many moving pieces to this. Like you're essentially trying to make me believe that there's just some like mini sorority running about on here, and it's like that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I have maintained pretty much that Eva is my favorite. She's pretty awesome. Big fan of Eva. Maria deserves a fate worse than death. She deserves to be ripped apart and thrown in a volcano. Listen, I think that it was an important distinction that we separated the different Marias, because child Maria is really fucking annoying. And I know that it serves a purpose to show us the juxtaposition between the two, probably, I hope. But it's just, she's so fucking annoying as a regular child. And you would think that her evil persona would be more annoying than her as a child, but you'd be wrong. And then Natsuhi, she's pretty cool, but she's also super annoying. And she's like, oh, well, what if it's like, shut up, Natsuhi, go to bed. And it's like, if I'm having to tell the head of the family's wife that much to shut up, then like, she can't be in the top 3. She can't even be in the top 4 if I'm telling her to shut up all the time. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't want to hate her. I really don't. Klaus actually, he goes up 1, actually, because of last episode where he was like, I have the screenshot exactly. I'll find it 15 minutes later after I found the screenshot for you guys. Where is it? Kazu, you sent it to me. You've been a very helpful screenshot person, but my goal this week is to figure out how to fucking keybind a screenshot on here so I can just screenshot. And yes, I know that I have a widget on here that I'm going to have to erase, but for the most part, then I'll be able to kind of timestamp when I've done those things, or make a mark in the screenshot. That'd be cool. But where is it? I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for father. And it's like, hell yeah. Cause you're a real one for that. I appreciate you for that specifically. That you were just like, oh, my father has a mistress? Cool beans. Hell yeah. We met her first. I think we met Rudolph first, because he's the dad. And then we met Genji, I think. No, we met Kumasawa first. Then we met Genji. And we met Hideyoshi and Kenzo first. I think everybody's in order now. I think for the most part everyone's in order, except Evil Maria gets to go first. I can't remember which one of the demon girls we meet first, but I'm gonna put them like this. Because I feel like the blondes are triplets. I know they're probably not, but I feel like they are, so I'm gonna put them that way. Jessica's just so mid, it's crazy. Like, Canon needs to be above her, if he's not already. He is? Okay. Because Canon, I mean, he really saves that whole relationship, because he's like, oh, my beautiful Jessica. And I'm just like, okay, like, I'm not gonna yuck your yum, dude, but she's kind of annoying. I like her better in her, like, rebellious instance where she's like, you know, I'm gonna do my own thing. I don't want to be the head of the family. I want to be like a rock star or whatever. And I want to have a boyfriend. And I'm like, okay, cool. And how she's trying to, like, the tier list will change so much by the end. Listen, wildly oscillating and insisting that I've been consistent this entire time is kind of like on brand for the cult. So you guys are just gonna need to strap in, okay? I'm gonna be making moves like an old school politician during this game. You have no idea. And I'll be like, and I've always said that Kenzo was trash. You guys, And you can mark my words. You can go back to the first screen. I've always said he's a deplorable monster. And I'm going to triple and quadruple down on this stuff, you guys. You guys are going to feel so much whiplash during the series. You're going to be like, is that true? I could have sworn that she had him in the S tier. I'm retconning it. I'm going back. I'm clipping things. I do not have the technology to clip. I don't have the technology, nor the willpower, nor the raw skill to go back and retcon these things. So that'll just be, like, for you guys. You guys will be like, I'm pretty sure she said that. And I'll be like, I never said that. There's just 10,000 clips of me saying that. Like, and so what if we talked about burning down the house? Like, I would never do that. We cut back to the clips of me being like, I'd burn this house to cinders. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're telling me there's some potential demon in the walls and these people haven't started thinking about lighting up all the very flammable alcohol that's all over. You have another house. You have a complete other house. What are we doing here? Why are we being so precious about all of this, like, wood and stone over here? Like, if it's built properly, we'll be able to rebuild it after a fire. Like, don't even trip. So that concludes the tier list portion of this. We're gonna pop back in on our favorite couple. We need to make a couples tier list. So far, I'm just gonna say right now, Eva, Hideyoshi, favorite couple. Favorite couple. Second favorite couple, I would say, is Cannon and Jessica. Only because it's been made very clear to me that, like, Henry and Shannon is, like, a very weird situation. Like, he's 23 and she's 16. Weird. But we have to have one of those relationships in every game, I guess. We have to have one of those everywhere. We have to have a freaking... I mean, we have to have weird relationships in every game we play. Otherwise, I guess they wouldn't be games. You know what I mean? Like, I think on the cutting room floor, they're like, is there an uncomfortable age gap relationship in here? And they're like, no. And they're like, well, what are you doing? There's a box that needs to be checked. Get to it. And in The Walking Dead, it was like, yeah, maybe there wasn't an uncomfortable age relationship thing, but it's like, you're going to be shacking up with your brother's wife. And you're like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. And you're like, okay, well, we will create situations where you're going to get your ass beat as though you have done that. So you're going to need to get on board real quick. And I'm like, no, I'm not shacking up with my brother David's wife. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm a gambler. I'm not a monster. And they're like, okay, well, you're going to get your ass beat like you did it anyway. So, just saying. So.
ちょいと待っとれや。静かにするようお願いしてくるわ。
早く戻ってきて。
大丈夫や。この部屋から出んて。
You just rest up, my princess, my queen.
大丈夫かいな、ローザさん。
ごめんなさい。うるさくして起こしちゃったかしら。
Yeah, Rosa. Oh my god. I love how they're not adding the UH at the end of this so that it doesn't constitute the terms at which I said constituted and uwu in the beginning of this. The principle of it is that the beginning and the end have to match for it to be a proper uwu. Otherwise, it's just her making noises. And I would be going against my own ruling, so... really caught me in a bit of a fairy trap on this child. Guys, if there's no child abuse in Dead Space, I'm gonna be pissed. You guys will have been ruining the entire arc that we've been creating here. Years from now, they'll be like, Riley, why do you choose exclusively stuff that features child abuse? And I'd just be like, well, you know, it's a requirement. I have to. It must be in the story in order to incorporate a level of realism that the cult has come to know and love. Oh. And it's just this. Beat this child like she just lost your crypto wallet, you guys. Like, she dropped your cold wallet in the rose garden during the middle of a typhoon, during a crypto boom. Oh my god, I will.
マリアはそんなにもバラが見たいのね。
She just threatens her like the mom from fucking
どうしてそ
Parasite.
んなにバラが
Be
見たいの？
quiet. That'd
お
be
母さんが聞い
crazy.
てあげるから静かに話して。
If you haven't seen the anime Parasite, I highly recommend it. That one was really good. Not the movie Parasite, I haven't seen that yet, but that is on my watch list. And didn't Beatrice mark it with like a little bit of gold foil or gold lace or something like that, so...
だからママたちに迷惑をかけないで。バラの話は明日雨が上がったら好きにしていいから。
So what's the problem? I don't understand this. I mean, obviously this is just like child logic, where it's like she has no object permanence, even though she's 9 years old, which by then she absolutely should have a sense of object permanence. I can't see it, so it must be gone. Like, you know, developmental delays and stuff like this are often a sign of child abuse, by the way. Early childhood trauma causes a lot of these things, so it's like...
お願いだから静かにして。どうしたらあなたは泣き止むの？どうしたらあなたはママの言うことを聞いてくれるの？
マリアのバラを見たらちゃんと明日まで静かにしてるよ。
本当？
うん。バラ庭園に行ってマリアのバラを見たら。
It's time for my mother to have an unfortunate accident, says the background of this scene.
ママ。
Because here's the crazy part. Here's how you'll know it's not magic, right? If we have a single other death on this island, right? Because once again, go back to this epitaph. Maybe. That would be under tips. In the epitaph of the portrait, So they found the gold. Oh, okay. So this doesn't say anything about all of the sacrifices ending, which I don't know how my brain was like, yeah, of course, as soon as you find the gold, this whole nightmare will stop. This is a completely separate ceremony. I can't believe that I retconned that in my brain. Wow. Because this whole time I was like, yeah, the moment you figure out where the gold is, this all stops. Okay. But the letter from the witch says, the game I seek is whether or not you can solve the riddle, not whether or not you can catch me. Okay. If you do not solve the riddle, the sacrifices will further increase. It would be wise to spend your time solving the sacrifice thing. Okay. If no one can solve it, no one will be left alive. So the letters are saying something completely different from the epitaph. So the epitaph is like sacrifices. The letter says that once you figure out this, there will be the sacrifices. If a person has enough skill, I'll give them all the gold, the headship, and her power. Okay. Hold on, it doesn't say that the sacrifices will stop. It kind of infers maybe the way that she's writing it here. Okay. If you don't solve it, the sacrifices will increase. But it doesn't say anything about them decreasing or stopping. So it seems like it's one of those things where it implies that that's the case. So it's like, hey, if you guys don't figure out the gold situation, I'm going to keep killing people until you figure it out. And then there's going to be nobody left to figure it out. So it kind of seems to me like all these people are locked into being murdered. So it's very... So what I was thinking here that could potentially be happening is that nobody's been made privy to the fact that the gold's been captured yet. Yes, nobody's been captured in the gold. Beatrice keeps her promises, yeah. And she, as far as I understand, she's fulfilled her promises, Kaza. She said she would give her the gold, and she would make her the head of the household, and she wouldn't kill more people than the epitaph decrees. However, it doesn't say that she's going to stop killing these people, or that even finding the gold will save you from this fate. So, one sec, you guys. Let's take just an eensy quick break. Like a real tight 5. I'll be right back. All right, you guys. I did also just get an alert that Dead Space is on sale right now, so I think I'm going to get that so that we can play that on our next campaign, because that's what you guys voted for. So, real quick, Discord level bet. Okay. Now, I'm going to do real quick, you guys, just a disclaimer. This isn't like real gambling, but Squirrel is currently asleep in a banker box right next to the stream. And I want to do a bet for points in Discord of how long you guys think she's going to be in that box for stream. And the first person to get how long she stays in this box without going over will get 3 levels on Discord. So I'm going to put that into the Discord and as a poll, because we do about a 6-hour stream. So I'm going to put like 30 minutes. So we've been streaming right now for exactly an hour. So like, yeah, so it'll start at an hour and a half. She's been there this entire time, and I have a timestamp of when she got into the box. So we're going to see how long she stays in there, and whoever gets it right, because it's entirely up to her. I promise I won't like bother her at all, but I will make a notation in the stream that she's hopped out of the box so that you guys know. And then the person that guesses correctly will get a +3 levels in Discord. And if multiple people guess that one, then multiple people will get that one, but you'll only be able to guess once. So I'm going to put that poll in Discord. So just so you guys know, that'll be in the stream chat so you guys can participate in that. Maria. Okay. So yeah, I don't think that there's going to be an end to these murders. I think the murders are going to continue. I really thought that the murders would end. And we also are pretty sure that Maria is involved in this too. So I wonder if she's trying to get her mother murdered. Little weirdo.
わかったわ。一目見たら納得するのよ。いいわね。
ママ。約束する。
くそ、待てよローザおばさん。ローザおばさんとマリアが第二の番の犠牲者なのか。くそくそくそ、誰か気づけよ、呼び止めろ。今の親父たちや俺たちは何をしてるんだ。
ローザ親子の痛々しい関係に気を使ってわざわざ話題を変えておるぞ。そなたらも2階へ上がりテレビを見ながら話題を変えておる。
くそったれ。
They're just ignoring all this business.
一番近くにいるのは誰だよ。秀吉おじさんか。頼むよ、玄関から2人が出ていくのを気づいてくれよ。
What's wrong with them going to the rose garden? It's fine.
2人のささやかな時間を邪魔してくれるな。そなたは何を慌てておるのか。
He wants somebody to go and notice. Yeah, she's gonna go outside. It's reckless. They don't know about the murders. Well, but they do know about the murders. Don't they know that the staff has been killed? They found the staff dead. Oh, she thinks this has all been a farce set up by Kenzo, but it's not. But we know that they're dead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he thinks they're the sacrifices, but they're not close, so I wouldn't assume that those two are close and would be separated, but that'd be a real loose interpretation of the rules, but...
この島に犯人はおらぬことになる。何を心配する必要があるというのか。
うるせえよ、しらしらしいんだよ。誰か引き止めろ、2人が殺されるんだ。誰か止めろ。
The winner of this will...
大丈夫かエヴァ。無理せんでやっぱり南條先生を呼んでこんか。
大丈夫。
Gold sickness.
この手を離さないで。お願いだから。
Oh my gosh, if this was all a fever dream, that'd be hilarious. Hey guys, sleep is one of the things that'll give you a headache. And being dehydrated and not eating. And I think that she's done all three of those things. And the rapid temperature change between being above ground and being below ground and being around a bunch of metals.
でもな、お昼になったら必ず南條先生に見てもらうんやで。それを約束できるならずっとここにいてお前の手を握ったるからな。こうしてギューッとな。
ありがとう。大丈夫よ。あなたの手の魔法で必ずこんな熱なんか下がっちゃうから。離さないで。離さないで。誰？
エヴァおばさん。
びっくりしたわ。姉さんなの？何かご用？さっきの話の続きなの？
Oh, is this Evatress?
ええ、そうよ。お父様の黄金の話よ。
お願いだからマリアの前では遠慮して。ちゃんと約束は守ってるわよ。姉さんの悪巧みの邪魔はしないわ。
悪巧み？何それ？
姉さんが何を考えていても勝手よ。私は邪魔する気なんてない。だからマリアの前では許して。私は分け前さえもらえれば十分なの。
分け前？
Guys, I hate it when my split personality threatens to murder my sister over a pile of gold. That's the pits.
Oh, おばさん、誰？
Except it doesn't, because the moment she becomes the Golden Witch Beatrice, she can't have that gold, right? Like, she gave up... I mean, she's Evatress, but like...
Eva!
私じゃない誰かに連れ去られないように。
Ah, yes, the two that can't, Oh, what would that be? When you're married, you can't, the two that can't testify against each other say that they're together.
何を努力したの？何も努力してない。いつも私たちの影に隠れてのらりくらり。いつも戦わずに影から影へと逃げ回っていたお前に。
Which one of these is real, you guys? I mean, that was then, this is now. Honestly, for this alone, she should waste both of them. Just the fact that your kid's jumping for joy at somebody over here trying to, like, cut you out of an inheritance. Done.
じゃあ、あんた誰なのよ。ベアトリーチェだとでも言うの。そんなはずはない。あんたは19年前に死んだのよ。ええ、確かに死んでいたわ。だって私、あなたの頭が割れているところをはっきり見たもの。その中身が溢れ出しているの。
So my original prediction that Eva was Beatrice, in this episode is correct.
ベアトリーチェの名は永遠に受け継がれてるか。お前が知っていたベアトリーチェは死を迎えたかもしれないが、今やそれは私の名である。
Yeah, it's a title.
に無限ベアトリーチェに
It's like the Dread Pirate Roberts.
哀れね、姉さん。
もはや私はお前の姉ではないというのに。
Look at this drip. Do I look like Eva?
自らの2つの儀
Crazy.
式を引き継ぐわ。ロノウェ、私はどうすればいいの？
ご随意のままに、もはやベアトリーチェ様にはどのような思いも実現できる力がおありです。少し扱えばなれるでしょう。
不甲斐な肝と妹よ。私が魔女として初めて捧げる最初の生贄に選ばれたことを光栄に思う。
Does the ritual start all the way over?
寄り添う二人。
Oh, okay.
私がこの手で
It's just like another 6. Sick. Well, this will be your last memory when I drop you to the ground. Oh my gosh, that'd be so crazy. Your first order of business when gaining otherworldly power is to destroy your siblings and your enemies with, like, oh my god, this is crazy. It's like gaining otherworldly power and then being like, as my first order of business, I'll create the crack epidemic. Crazy. You can just, like, wish for slightly more gold to give to your sister. Oh, she's just readjusting. Ooh, you guys, you're still in the game. I was certain she was gonna jump out of that box, you guys. Some of you guys have God and the power of anime on your side right now, because she is still rocking it in this box. Alright, just drops her.
人間は大地を這うのがお似合いね。なら地上におかえりなさい。
Stupid. Never ask them to put you back on the ground if they've turned off gravity. Smash. Splat. Oh my gosh. Rosebush is so... I don't know if you've ever fallen under a rosebush before, but that'll impale you. One time when I was a kid, I was riding down this incredibly steep hill on the farm, and my uncle had just cut the alfalfa, and I hit like a rock or something on the way down because it was going way too fast because of the angle, and I tumbled in the bike, fell, and hit into the hayfield, and I like minorly impaled my leg on a bunch of like stalks of alfalfa because they're just little like spears basically in the ground at that point. I had like rocks and alfalfa in my leg, and I was like, oh, I had to like soak out all that. Not fun. But a rosebush. Rose bushes, I'm pretty sure in some cultures they use thorny bushes to keep lions out of their huts, so that would suck. Mm-hmm.
その輪廻を支配する女王こそが無限の魔女であるベアトリーチェ様なのです。
Don't sabotage the box.
金魚鉢を落としたことがあるわ。涼しげな美しい鉢が割れてしまって二度と元に戻らなかった。床に叩きつけられた可愛いデメキンは二度と泳ぐ姿を見せてくれなかった。私がいくら泣いても使用人たちは壊れたものと死んだものは蘇らせられない首を横に振ったっけ。あの時学んだのよね。物は壊しちゃいけない、人は殺しちゃいけないって。だって直せない。
A canon event is fish and hamsters teaching children about the finality of death. There's something, I can't remember where it's at, but it's like the cruelty of being small, something like that, about how small creatures and stuff like that are used to illustrate that point to people and children. Because, like, it seems especially cruel to, like, get somebody a horse or get somebody a dog, and, like, that's how you teach them about life and death, but with, like, fish or with, like, hamsters and stuff like that, it's like, oh, well, like, their life is worth less because they're small. Crazy. I disagree to an extent with that premise. Hamsters long for death, unfortunately. I don't know if it's just a biological trigger in them or what, but I've heard, like, the most horrific stories of hamsters. Like, insane. I would never personally get a hamster, but I do really enjoy those YouTube videos of them being in, like, nice, like, hamster habitats where they have, like, a lot of enrichment and stuff. I love watching those. Those are, like, especially, like those terrarium videos where people build these beautiful custom terrariums for either fish or for like frogs and stuff with like moss and like the pretty like water features and stuff. I love that. I'd like to have one of those with a frog in the future. I have snakes, so like in the natural timeline of pretty. And the natural timeline of events of the lifespan of my snake that I currently have fostering with some family members. If that snake lives to see like my ultimate goals realized, I will build it a beautiful desert terrarium, and then the next generation, I think what I'll do is I'll probably get like a frog, like maybe a Pac-Man frog. I've had one of those before, and build it like a pretty like frog terrarium. Crazy. Hey, speaking of jelly, I did get the anatomical heart mold, so I'm going to be making a video of that probably this weekend. I have to remember how to use gelatin, though, so that I can have it hold its shape to a degree so that I can really, like, get into it. But that is in the works, you guys. She's just killing her sister a bunch of times with food and stuff. God. You know, I've heard of sibling rivalry with, like, your older siblings, but why she got so much beef with her younger sister? Who cares? Like, I thought that they were honestly kind of in this together, because her younger sister doesn't seem to want any of the power and prestige. If this is how she's treating her youngest sister, her brothers are fucked. I mean... Oh my god, two insane children torturing Rosa, fate worse than death. Insane. Once again, reminding you guys that butterflies like to eat corpses. I don't know if all butterflies eat corpses, but the pretty ones do. There's like a really pretty blue butterfly in South America that just loves corpses. As I almost became a lepidopterist, which is a scientist that studies butterflies. Got a little weird former careers. But we were essentially trying to study, like, scale patterns or something on them. Did she just rip the wings off of a butterfly? The spider remembers. They do not. That is correct. I also used to study spiders, you guys. I had a research paper that was based off of eye size with spray pattern correlation. And in that study, I had to capture like a dozen venomous spiders. And they were like, how are you going to do that? I'm like, I know a place. I mean... His dolphin-ass laugh is crazy. Who has been dosing the Ushirimiya family with, these people are high. Everybody's just been getting a steady diet of acid the moment they're getting MK Ultra'd on this island, you guys. Here's the thing, there's a time and a place for vengeance, but like gratuitous violence is so childish. Like, you need to pull the wings off of bugs to like express your power. Your power should speak for itself. This is like King Joffrey level of violent idiots. You shouldn't have to kill your sister a dozen times and revive her to like get it in her head that like you're the top dog. That's crazy. The shackles of humanity, she says. Men, I don't think men for the most part experience the shackles of humanity. They can just be like, this gold is mine now. Like, they don't need to be like, this gold is mine now. They're just like, this is mine. If you try to take it from me, I'll beat you to death. And they're like, okay. Like, the whole concept of magic is built off of the basis that you're, like, incapable otherwise. Huh, what's that sound like? I mean, even to a degree, the physics behind a firearm is like magic, because it creates an explosive projectile that like institutes your will in whatever situation you needs it to. Just saying. Yo, Kumasama kind of have a baddie in her youth, you guys.
にギャーギャーわめくほどに残酷か。そなたもこういうの実は結構好きだろうが。実はちょっぴり魔法に興味を持ってきて。何をする。
Hit her. I'm about to use the magic of my fist to your face, ho. Crazy.
ああ、これが面白いだ。お前の頭はどうなってんだ。死ね。頭を輪切りにしててめえで覗いてみろ。絶対に中身がごっそり
Oh
抜け
my
てるぜ。
gosh. So peak.
今すぐやめさせろ。この悪趣味な茶番をやめさせるんだ。俺はお前を許さない。
I'm gonna take away your right to vote, Beatrice. Knock it off.
お前のこと
She's like,
少しでも笑えるやつだと思ったこともあったが、俺はもう二度と勘違いしない。お前はただ残酷なだけの怪物だ。俺の前に現れるな。二度とだ。お前を認めない、お前と話さない、お前の顔など見たくもない。聞こえたか。俺の前に現れるな。お前なんか消えてしまえ。
なんだというのだ。面白い見物ではないかよ。
nah, this is lame. In what instance would I want to watch a bunch of magic girls argue and fight and pull each other's hair? That's lame.
かなとは。こんなの無邪気ないたずら程度であろう。どう殺そうが結局は生き返らせておるではないか。
Gratuitous and annoying.
終わりさえ良ければ何でも良い生き物ではなかったのか。のう、お師匠様。そこまでへそを曲げられるものでもある前に。
The same reason people didn't like the Ramsay Bolton the Ramsay Snow parts of Game of Thrones. It's just like, do we want to sit here and watch a guy get flayed alive and then some other guy gets no. Boring and childish. If you're gonna kill your enemies, kill your enemies. Like, do we really need to watch you torture them? Torture's not even an effective method for getting information out of people, so it's like, what are we doing this for? What a waste of time. Oh, how am I the bad guy? Bro, you're torturing people, like, repetitively, and it's getting, like, lame.
面白いショーじゃないかよ。ちょっとは悪趣味かもしれないけど。
Like that, it's like when you're going to a party, like, it's like when you're at a party and somebody just keeps ragging on somebody and you're just like, yeah, dude, we get it, like, do you have any other material, or is it just like, yo, this guy's lame? Like, this guy's lame, this guy's fat, this guy, like, can't hold a job. It's like, okay. Like, you can't just keep saying the same joke over and over again and then being like, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? It's like, nah, actually, like, pretty lame and annoying. Like, now you're just annoying. So it's like, if you're not contributing and, like, moving it forward, then it's kind of like, you're just recycling the same joke over and over again. So it's like, maybe this was shocking the first time you did it, but if you just keep doing it over and over and over again, like, this isn't TikTok where you just, like, do 1,000 different iterations of the same joke. Because here's the thing, on TikTok, I think pretty much the whole premise is you do the same iteration of this joke, but, like, in a different font. And the reason that that's fine is because the algorithm shows it to different people and different whatever. So it's, like, fresh for new people. But if that's your whole shtick, it's boring. So, like, if you just follow somebody and all they do is the same joke over and over again, well, eventually that'll have diminishing returns. So the only utility for that is new people. But then that gets old. Over a long enough course of time, that gets old. So then you're like, okay, well, now I need to flip it into something new. And it's like, well, the internet's decided that you're that joke now. I thought she was gonna get out of the box, but she's just oh. She's just resettling into the box. Nice. Man, I thought, honestly, the 2-hour people... Oh, I thought the hour-and-a-half people were gonna have it, but... She's just restructuring herself into the box. Even Virgilia's like, yeah, you're fuck up. I don't know. Yeah, it's just... It's over and over and over again. It's just like, Beatrice, for the last 3 episodes, you've just been doing wanton violence. And, like, episode 1, she really had it dialed down. Like, she wasn't as crazy in episode 1, if I recall. But that was, what, 40, 50 hours ago, you guys. In episode 1, she wasn't as crazy. She was just like, it is what it is. You know, and I honestly don't even think she, like, popped up that much in episode 1. I think maybe once or twice. Like, she wasn't, like, a reoccurring camper. First success was pretty brutal. Yeah, they were pretty brutal, but also I don't think that we were necessarily seeing her a bunch. She wasn't, like, power gloating around about it. You know what I mean? They were brutal, but she wasn't around yakking and jawing about it. Like, I don't think Battler got to do this whole, yeah, we didn't see her at all. So it was actually better. She was just behind the scenes. And then in episode 2, she's just like, yeah, look what I can do. And she's like, look, you didn't like episode 1, so, like, what if I make it, like, gratuitous, but in a different way? And we're like, yeah, it's fucked up and weird. And now in episode 3, she's like, look, it's not even me doing it this time, but I am gloating about the fact that this person's being fucked up and weird. And we're just like, yeah, this is kind of tired and annoying, Beatrice. Like, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Do you think you could grow the fuck up for, like, 2 seconds? And she's acting all butthurt about it. Which, to Max's point earlier in the day, it's like, can you... Battler probably also thinking about right now, like, is it appropriate to just, after your significant other crashes out, to tell them, like, if you don't knock it the fuck off, I'm going to sleep you out in public. Like, just nighty-night. Boy cats, don't sabotage girl cat. She just wants to be asleep in her little box. What are you doing, squirrel? Squirrel, people got a lot riding on you not jumping out of this box right now. Oh, is she gonna do it? Oh, and she's out of the box. That is exactly 1 hour and 38 minutes, you guys. That's how long she's been in the box. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. Now, here's the thing, though. Jumps out of. If she gets back into that box, though, if she gets back into that box and stays, then the amount of time she's in the box, you guys. Let's see here. How long will she be in the box? So it's possible for her to tack on more time to that. Will she be in the box for more time? Or will she stay out of the box? I'll let you guys know if she jumps back in, though. Just so that you guys can be in it. She's just a girl. Listen, if I got unimaginable power like this, I think I'd be a little bit of a problem, too. I'd be forcing people to do a bunch of stuff that they didn't want to do. Now, I would be like, this is for the betterment of these people, but still they'd be like, this tyrant. And knowing that about myself, I was like, you know what the solution to this is? I'm just gonna start a cult, and that's what I did. Because if you're a wrathful little power demon, that's what you should do. You're being a sore winner right now, Beatrice. I've heard variations of this very same conversation from crazy bitches for like near on a decade. They're like, I mean, yeah, I smashed a mirror onto his face while he was cleaning, but like, why do you have to yell at me about it? And it's like, you smashed a mirror in his face. What are you talking about? This is like, why doesn't he understand that I'm just a girl? And it's like, well, because you tried to get him to lose custody of his kids. Like, what are you talking about? Like, You can't like fuck with people's life and livelihood and then be like, why are they upset with me? Like,
はいかしこまりました。それでは失礼
it's not a joke if your intent is to do harm. Jokes are for the merriment of others. It's not to like fuck people over. Also, once again, I know Kaza was trying to keep me from doing the butterfly text box, but for episode 3, this has been so peak the entire time. 10 out of 10. Love the Beatrice style, like, butterfly text box. Loving it. Yes, Beatrice, yes, you are weird and cruel. The only way this could possibly be better is if we had, like, a green absinthe one for Kinzo. By the way, I had the Valentine's Day mug cake recipe that I gave to you guys on Discord as a little snackity snack today. So good. Like a little nice dark chocolate like cake moment. I am working on the recipe for the vanilla cake version of that. I'll probably drop that one soon. Ooh, I should make like a little matcha cake or something for some springtime. I should make like a springtime cake, mug cake version. Cookies don't really rise in an oven, they spread out. I learned that once when I was trying to make Tide Pod cookies. I was trying to live my best moment and make meme cookies. But I tried to stack the cookie dough, and instead of being stacked like a Tide Pod, they just melted together and spread out. You have to make them separately and then attach them together with icing. Yeah, that's great and all, but could you like chill out a bit? Absolutely. I have some notes. Listen, Evatrice, I have some notes. A little elegance? Oh my god. This far in the game, really? This is really just another example of getting to the top and then pulling the ladder up and closing the door behind you. Ooh. No, the purpose isn't to be cruel, the purpose is to be powerful. Yeah, you kind of already let the genie out of the bottle here, Beatrice. You're like, you can do whatever you want. People are just meat bags. And she's like, really taking that to heart. Now she's like, hey, I know I said all that, but like, not like this.
黄金の魔女らしい殺し方を見せよう。
Now she's just stunning. Now she's just stunning on Eva Trish. She's like,
許して、せめてマリアだけでも許して。
oh, now she's not a fan of this. 2 seconds ago she was smiling and clapping. Whatever. We will be having to murder you though, Maria. You're really annoying. Yeah, you have to keep your promises. So you actually can't kill Maria because you keep promising her that she'll make it to the end. Ooh. Contract broken? Ooh, that's a problem. One superseded the other. Well, I mean, at least now we don't have to see Maria anymore, so, like, small miracles. Right, just break her neck. Oh, Rosa's gotta get impaled. Crazy.
まあ、ざっとこんなものよ。
Okay. So that makes Maria.
なんだか地味です。ロノウェイに聞いていた先代様のそれとはずいぶん違います。
そのだな。魔法は上品に使わ
And
れる。
then Rosa
あまりその
impaled.
品がないのはエレガントではないのだ。
せっかく素敵なこと
And
に
we
無
got
限
5 more
にできる魔法
deaths.
なのにつまらない。
これ愚痴
5 more
でない。
deaths, but no
黄
more.
金の魔女の道は
Although,
一日に
probably
して
no
ならずだ。
less.
そなたとて第10の番を終えるまでは半人前よ。今は黙ってわらわの指導に従うのだ。良いな。
Yeah, also you're not supposed to be killing people
返事は
during
ど
the
うした？
day.
返事は
Man, Eva's being a real shitty witch right now, you guys.
それでよい、それで。まあ、まだ復活の儀式の先は長いぞ。
あと5人も殺さねばならないからな。あまりもてあそばずに、きれいに、上品に、少しあっさりめでいいからな。ロノウェがそなたに教えたわらわのやり方は、悪い例だ。模範にしてはならぬ。よく心に刻んでおけ。
はい、先代様。
良い返事だ。ロノウェ、煉獄の七姉妹よ、いでよ。
はい、お嬢様。ロの上、ここに。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
これまではだな。わらわもいろいろ派手にやってきたわけだが、まあ、黄金の魔女としての威厳も大事であり、だな。
かしこまりました。以後は黄金の魔女の名にふさわしい気品に気をつけるようにいたします。煉獄の七姉妹もこれまでのような悪ふざけは改め、以後は最短の手順で任務を遂行するように。
Now everybody gotta act right. Now everybody has to abide by the Geneva Convention. Okay.
つまりはそういうことだ。みんな、肝に銘じよ。よいな。
はい、かしこまりました。
わらわが言いたいのは以上だ。もう引き上げてよいぞ。
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
No more war crimes. And then she's like,
わらわが言いたいのはそれだけだ。それでは引き続きしっかりな。黄金の魔女らしく。
you really should state the rules of engagement from the beginning instead of retconning that you're not allowed to do stuff midway through.
頑張るがよいぞ。そなたを見守っておる。
Now you kind of come off as like a bit of a bitch to be like, well, it was fine when I did it, but now that you're doing it, it's too much. I've gotten some feedback on it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't amend things or whatever, but it does make you look like a bit of a bitch to be like, it was fine when I did all this stuff, but now that you're doing it and people are looking negatively on me, it's like you were incentivizing this behavior. Come here. I'm here, Snuggles.
つまんないやつ。
Yes. Hey, Mr. Kitty. Oh, Mr. Kitty. So this is a new chapter. Not a new episode, but a new chapter. And then when it does the little lace on the top, that's new as well. Is it just the lace by itself or lace with a character is new?
ようやく落ち着いてくれたようやな。
I was having the most wonderful dream where I was torturing and terrorizing my younger sister and her child. Are they dead in the garden? Lace that fades to black. Okay. And the clock. Okay. The clock is really the most important feature. Every time there's a clock, it's a new.
兄貴、秀吉さん、すまねえ。ローザはそこにいるか？
なんや、ローザさんがどないかしたんか？
ローザとマリアちゃんの姿が見えないんだ。一緒にいるかと思って。
廊下で叱っとったの聞こえたで。その後静かになったからロビーに戻ったと思っとったんだが、ちゃうのか？
あのバカ。
That gun looks ridiculous in Klaus's hands.
チェーンは開いてますし、やっぱりバラを見に表へ行ったのでしょう。
鍵を開けっぱなして出ていくなど
不用心が過ぎるな。困ったやつだ。
それより今はローザさんとマリアちゃんの身が心配よ。
だな。おいガキども、マリアちゃんのバラってのはどこにあったんだ？
確かあれはバラ庭園の真ん中の花壇だったと思います。
あの二人がそこにいるなら行けばすぐにわかるはずです。
親父、すぐに連れ戻した方がいいだろうぜ。
当たり前だ。二人とも連れ戻してお尻ペンペンしてやるぜ。俺がひとっ走り行ってくる。俺が出たらすぐに鍵をしろよ。
親父、俺も付き合うぜ。
バカ抜かせ。ガキはママとお留守番って相場が決まってら。
どうしたの？何かあったの？
すまんな、起こしてしまったか。ローザさんがマリアちゃんを連れて表へ出たらしい。なんとも不用心なこっちゃ。
ローザとマリアちゃんが表へ？バラ庭園へ？
そうや。ああ、聞こえとったか。マリアちゃんはバラが見たいと騒いどったからな。
ダメよ、バラ庭園に行っちゃダメ。ローザを呼び止めて。
呼び止めるもなんもうずいぶん前に出て行っとるようや。まったく不用心な話やで。
違うの、バラ庭園はダメ。あそこには魔女がいる。そして生贄を待ってる。ローザ行っちゃダメ。
どうしたんや？熱にうなされて何か悪い夢でも見たんか？
Yes.
夢よね。バラ庭園で魔女がローザたちを。そうよね、夢よね。
落ち着くんや。この部屋にはわしもおる。チェーンもかかっと
What do you think of this visual novel, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them?
銃まであるんや。
Who did it, Mr.
この
Kitty?
部屋
Who
は
killed
さな
them?
がら要塞やで。なんも恐れることなんかあらへん。
Who did it, Mr. Kitty? Oh, and it turns out they are dead.
ルドルフがバラ庭園中央にてローザ、マリアの遺体を確認。その後ゲストハウスに戻って応援を呼び、両名をゲストハウスに運び込みました。
Move the bodies is
南條の
weird.
検視を信頼できるならば、ローザの死因は円髄部への柵の先端部分による死突。マリアについては素手による考察と考えられます。
Strangulation with their bare hands. Guys, it wasn't me.
あくま
It
で証
wasn't
明により
me.
誤審率は否定できません。
わらわが赤にて語る。ローザとマリアは死亡した。死因は男女の見立て通り。雲にも食われておらんし、ケーキの山に潰されたわけでもない。安心せよ。
あれだけ死をもてあそび、死体が綺麗だからいいだろうって論法かよ。俺は絶対に許さねえぞ。
I don't know why it's weird every now and then when I'm trying to do all that. Okay. So we have the original 6, the 2, and then we have another, what looks like to be 5 to go. Now, obviously it's never going to be Battler. That doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know, guys. Who do you think it'll be? Other than Kaza. Kaza can't choose, since he already knows.
ローザおばさんに対する無残な仕打ちの数々、絶対に忘れねえし許さねえからな。
だからあれはわらわではないというに。あやつの仕打ちに比べたらはるかに安らかな死を与えたはず。
うるさい、黙れ。お前とは口を聞かない。18人しか島にいないと言い切られ、 すでに8人が死んでいる以上、容疑者は10人に絞られる。その中の誰かが殺したってんだろう。あるいは事故死かもな。マリアが発作的に泣きわめき、それを泣き止まそうとしたローザおばさんは力の加減を誤ってつい殺してしまったとか。
Yeah, this one could
そ
be
れで動
accidental.
転して滑って転ん
He
で
strangles
柵に倒れ
Maria
て
to
運
death
悪く死んでしまった。
and then trips and falls. Was this death accidental or was it a homicide?
ああ、そういうわけではないぞ。実はだな、ローザとマリアは。
うるさい。お前とは口を聞かないと言っている。目障りだから消えろ、化け物も。
そうかよ。なら姿を消すと。
Well, was it a homicide or not?
続きを引き継ぎ。
Yeah, it's fine. Give us the answer. Or give us not necessarily answer, but
問題のない申し出です。バトラ君がベアとの顔を見たくないというなら、それもありかと。
好きにしろよ。その化け物の顔を見なくて済むなら何だって構わないぞ。
なあ、ちょっと待てよ。さっきから化け物と。わらわはひどい言われようではないか。
oh my, Beatrice, shut up,
な
Beatrice.
ぜにわらわはそこまでバトラに毛嫌いされねばならぬというのか。
She's
あれらは
joking,
全
right?
てわらわではなく、わらわの弟子の仕業であろうが。
別に俺はさっきのことだけで腹を立ててるわけじゃねえぜ。一番最初からだ。
なあ、
You dog walked him through your palace and you're like, why doesn't he like me?
わらわとそなたはゲームを通して対峙し合うプレイヤー同士なだけではないか。互いに相手を苦しめるために指し手を探るが。
勘違いするな。俺はお前が魔女を認める認めないのおかしなゲームのライバルだから嫌ってるんじゃない。お前の無意味に残酷なところが
Mm-hmm.
どうしても許せない。
Yeah, if you're a murderer, be a murderer. Don't be all showboating about it.
連続殺人を通してのゲームだからな。多少は残酷になるのはやむを得ない。
She's hoping she was into it.
さっきのことだけ
You
じゃ
know, that's the weirdest thing people do is they try and get a partner.
前々回だって
Not to say that they're together, but apparently people ship these two together.
画面を耕したり。それに
But they try and get a partner and they're like, oh, I'm gonna make them into the stuff that I'm into. And I'm like, no, you should just find someone that's into the stuff that you're into. Like, what a foolish
そこまでは
premise.
100歩譲ってやる。お前は魔法殺人だと主張したいんだから。そういう手の込んだ事件を起こさざるを得ないことを100歩譲って理解してやってもいい。しかしあれらのグロテスクな殺人に一体どれほどの意味があるというのか。
それはその別に。
そうさ、何の意味もない。お前はただ悪ふざけで死者を切り刻んで面白がっているだけだ。それは魔女だからとか魔法じゃなきゃできないからとかそういうのじゃない。ただお前が面白半分に残酷の限りを尽くしているだけだ。
Yeah, you're trying to do shock value murders, and it's like
ただ
dumb.
人として許せないものがあるからだ。
なんだよ、その人としてってやつは。
例えば今回のゲームの第1の番の6人。まあじいさまの黒焦げはともかく。
But once again, I suspect that grandfather being burned alive has more to do with his alcoholism than witchcraft.
狂気が槍だか銃だかははっきりしないが、とにかく殺しの中じゃまだ許容できるマシなものだった。前回前々回の第1の番での非常識さ残酷さに比べればはるかにマシだった。
Mm-hmm.
そして今回の6つの密室をつなげた連鎖密室、まあまあ面白かったぜ。あれをお前とやりとりしてるときは今だから白状するが
Yeah, that one
少し
wasn't
だ
too
け
bad.
楽しいと思った。
Needlessly complicated,
自分
but
の存在を認
not
め
too
させよ
bad.
うと必死になるお前と、それを否定しようと必死になる俺、どっちも必死で全力だ。おかしな話だが、俺はお前との間にささやかなスポーツマンシップさえ感じたものさ。俺とお前は相入れない存在だが、全く理解できない存在でもないかもしれないとわずかに思えた。だがその気持ちはついさっき微塵も残らずに吹き飛んだ。
だからそなたは誤解しておる。あれはわらわではなく。
違う、俺はそういう話をしてるんじゃない。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺し方を何度も何度も繰り返されるのを見て、面白い見せ物だと嘲笑った。それを見て俺は深く失望した。お前が今回少しはマシな殺し方を選んだのは何かのちょっとした気まぐれなんであって、
Yeah, you killed him after you killed him painlessly after he like yelled at you, not before. You weren't like, okay, this is getting to be a bit much. You were like, hee hee, isn't this funny? Look, she's getting eaten by a spider. That was gross.
俺に意地悪をするためだけに残酷を尽くしてるんじゃない。お前は本当に純粋に残酷を楽しんでいる。
It's like in the zombie movie where people are watching people get ripped apart and stuff like that, and it's the one guy that's like low-key a little bit aura farming, but he just like shoots the person in the head, and it's like they're still dead, but we don't need to watch them be ripped apart. Now the only reason I did that in The Walking Dead where we didn't shoot that girl is one, she's screeching and hollering and drawing all the zombies together, and then me shooting her would have put me in a bad position. But if you're in a position to like end someone's suffering, you should.
そういうことが問題なんじゃない。俺はお前のその残酷さが許せない。そして理解できない。許すこともできない。だが魔女を認めるか否定するかというゲームは続ける。自ら降りて敗北を認めたりはしないさ。だがそのゲームにお前の無意味な残酷さは何の必要もない。
And it drags on.
お前を対戦相手として認めないことにする。ロノウェの方が100倍増した。お前のような残酷趣味はない。あったとしても俺の前でそれをひけらかす悪趣味はない。そうさ。
I will play this game, but only with a man I respect. Renovo?
だから理解することができない。相手として不快だ。
Renovo?
だから俺はお前の顔を二度と見たくない。
The unintentional misogyny of this. Ugh. Get this cruel witch out of here. I would like to speak to an adult man, please. Love that for him.
Nara 好きにすればよい。わらわは以後ロノウェを通してゲームを続けることにする。わらわが姿を見せないのであれば文句ないであろう。
とりあえずはな。だがお前の重ねてきた残酷な行為の数々を俺は絶対に許さない。だから絶対にお前を認めない。そのためにもお前に売られた喧嘩を俺から降りない。そして絶対に負けない。それだけだ。
ベアト、これ以上言い訳を重ねても彼の心象は変わりませんよ。後で話があります。それまで下がっていなさい。
わかった。
Ooh,
それでは呼ばれるまで
he's in trouble.
姿を消している。
あいつはバカだろ。
そうですね。バカで素直です。
あのバカはローザおばさんが残酷に殺されるところを俺と見て 満面の笑みで振り返りやがった。あの残酷症。本気で俺と笑い合えると信じてやがったんだ。俺とその感情を共有できると本気で信じてやがった。あの無邪気な笑顔を見て俺は最低な気持ちになったぜ。むしろこれまでのように意地悪な面で言われた方がずっとマシだった。畜生。
お嬢様は友達というものを持った試しのない方です。それどころかあれほど強く物を言われたことさえなかったでしょう。私もマダムも共に付き人。何を申し上げてもお耳には届きません。お嬢様に
Yeah,
は
you can't be
これを
scolded by your servants for the
ふざ
most
けるな。
part, so
俺はあいつの友達になった覚えはないぞ。
you can
そう
really
で
only
ござ
be
います
scolded
ね。
by an equal or a
失礼い
superior.
たしました。
一つだけあなたに感謝を。あの子のゲームを降りないでくれてありがとう。
Pretty base that he didn't fall to peer pressure though.
俺もおしまいだな。ゲームを再開しようぜ。もちろん手心を加えるつもりはないからな。
望むところです。お嬢様と違い私は熱く
Yes, now the men can speak.
俺の手はすでに刺したぜ。ローザおばさんが犯人で事故死と仮定すれば魔女は否定できる。ローザおばさんを疑いたくはないがベアトをぶっ潰すために今はあえてそうだと仮定する。
赤で否定を行います。ローザとマリアの二人は他殺です。
よし、そこから始めようじゃねえか。くそ、盛り上がらねえぜ。
Exactly. I think it's entirely possible, because here's the thing, you just have to check the, like, ligature marks on her neck, and, like, you know, like, what size are the abrasions, and the not post-mortem, the pre-mortem bruising, or whatever. I guess it would be post-mortem bruising, but you gotta check the bruising and stuff like that and see, like, is it a man's hands? Is it a woman's hands? Is it a man-handed woman that did this crime? And then, you know, you gotta check for all of those different elements. I see, and unfortunately, I know this is a visual novel, but, like, I feel like I would get to the bottom of this much quicker if I was able to actually investigate it. If I was able to investigate it, if I was able to ask the questions, I feel like these chapters would be much shorter, because I'd be like, I know who did it, and they'd be like, oh no, who did it? And I catch them in lies and stuff like that, like we did in The Wolf Among Us, where we're talking to Toad, and we're like, he's like, I forgot my keys, and we're like, huh, did you? Well, why are your keys over here, and why is the lamp broken, and why is, like, oh, uh-oh. Weird.
First の殺人が起きた時、私は内心これが全て芝居である可能性を考えたの。南條先生には悪いけど、実は南條先生もグルで使用人たちが死んだということにして、何かお父様が凝りに凝った大芝居を打った可能性もあると思った。
Yeah, but they weren't. We know for a fact they're dead.
彼らの密室状況は彼らの自作自演を想定しない限り生み出せないのだもん。
僕たちも それを疑いました。いえ、今もそうであってほしいと信じてます。
申し訳ないが、それはありません。私も老いぼれです。誤信もあるかもしれない。しかし生き死にを間違えるようなことは絶対にない。
分かってるよ。わざわざそれを口に出すなよ、南條先生。
すみません。
Why is no, absolutely. That's hilarious. I lifetime warranty on a table. That's why is it that Jessica is reminding me so much of Shannon from or not Shannon, Sharon from South Park for some reason? That looks like the like slack-jawed kind of look for whatever reason. Just
18人以上の人間がいたんだ。
こう考えると少しは辻褄が合うのかしら。つまり隠れ潜んでいる何者かは本来は今島にいるはずのない人物にもかかわらず、ローザさんが油断するような顔見知りの人物である可能性よ。それは例えばこの2日間のシフトに当たっていない使用人などですか？
それを言われると弱いな。我々は勤務を終えた彼らが離島するのを切符切りのように確認しているわけではない。数日前のシフトの使用人が離島したふりをして島内に留まっていたかもしれないと仮定した。否定するのは難しいね。
ローザさんもアホちゃうと思うで。いるはずのない使用人がひょっこり姿を現したら普通は警戒バリバリや。
Yeah, it's one of the original
顔見知りの
18.
犯行と決めつけるのもどうかと思うわ。暗がりから突然ローザが襲われて銃を奪われそうになった。そしたらローザが転んで柵に頭を打ち動かなくなった。ゲストハウスが近かったので銃声を嫌い素手でマリアちゃんを殺したとか。
It would only be someone that would benefit directly from the guest house not being alerted. So someone has to have snuck off out of here.
ローザが銃を残していくだろうか。犯人が何を武装しているか知らねえが、こちらの銃は不安要素のはずだ。その一丁をなびけるチャンスだったはずだぜ。なぜわざわざ現場に残したんだ。
私は初めその銃を罠だと思ったの。チェス盤思考だとそうなる。わざわざ残した以上私たちの誰かに手に取らせたい。そして引き金を引かせたいに違いない。てっきり暴発して大怪我を負わせるような危険な仕掛けがされてるに違いないと思ってたわ。
でも現に大丈夫や。おそらく犯人も焦っとったんとちゃうか。今頃銃を奪うチャンスを逃したことを後悔しとるに決まっとるで。
I think they didn't take the gun because they have their own. Why would you need two guns?
魔女のメッセージみたいでムカつくぜ。
しかしいずれにせよ恐ろしい相手ですね。ローザさんが銃を持っていることは傍目にも分かったはず。にもかかわらず襲いかかるとは、銃を恐れないという点を私たちは軽視するべきではありません。
Dual wielding. You can't dual wield that gun. It's got a sawed-off stock and barrel. That'd be a nightmare to dual wield. It just fucking crack you in the face every time you. Can you imagine you're just trying to Yosemite Sam with these things? Unbelievable.
私がアリバイを保証する。
わしとエヴァも一緒だったで。
What are the practical limitations of a rifle with a sawed-off barrel and a short stock in its utilization?
barrel really reduces the effective range and accuracy, because the shorter barrel loses velocity, so your bullet is less stable over distance. Plus, a short stock gives you less control. The recoil's much harsher. It's also harder to aim, and depending on where you are, it might run into legal restrictions, since a short-barreled rifle is often considered a different class of weapon in many places.
Regardless of its illegality, what are the dangers of it being utilized in a mystery setting?
That's a really good point. In a mystery setting, the danger is it kind of becomes a symbol of desperation. Because of its reduced accuracy and the intense recoil, it really ups the stakes if a character uses it in close quarters. There's a real sense of danger to everyone involved. And it can create tension because shots are less predictable, making things feel more chaotic or fatal.
What would even be the point of cutting off the barrel of a rifle as opposed to a shotgun?
Yeah, that's a great question. So with a shotgun, a shorter barrel spreads the shot, making it easier to hit at close range. A rifle, though, is all about that precise high-velocity bullet, so cutting the barrel is kind of undermining its design. People might do it for concealment or because they want something more portable, but honestly, it's a trade-off. They lose the rifle's accuracy and power.
Okay, so there's not really any point to have cut the barrel off of this weapon because the barrel is kind of the whole point of a rifle. So if it was in fact a shotgun, then you're getting more of a scatter shot because you're taking that cone and pulling it back because it has less spray. Well, it has more spray. So if you think of a shotgun as like a cone, you're just pulling that cone back, which means like the style points. And the whole point of the stock is stabilization of the weapon. So you've reduced the accuracy and the stabilization. This is a useless item. This is such a crazy useless item, and I must have one. Is it even legal to have one of those? I got it. Maybe I can get a 3D printed version of it that's like not functional, but a prop. That you're just hanging on the mantle, Chekhov's gun style, and if anybody calls me on it, I'd be like, no, this thing is useless and stupid. It's because we played Umineko, guys. It just has Umineko just carved into it in gold. That'd be sick. Write that down.
わしが保証するわ。俺とジョージの兄貴、ジェシカも一緒だったぜ。ローザおばさんに2階へ戻ってろと怒鳴られ、すごすごといとこ部屋へ引き返したさ。
あの時マリアを生かさなければ。
それを言っても、もうどうしようもないよ。
I don't own any guns. I lost them all in a boating accident.
私は2階の部屋で本を読んでおりました。一人でおりましたので、誰にもアリバイは証明できませんが、子供たちと一緒に2階へ戻ったのは皆さんも見ているはずです。
And once again, why is nobody staying in the same room? Put mats on the floor. God, it's like none of these people have ever been in a siege before. Tiramisu climbing a gutter, please. We find out he just takes it off. It's a fat suit. He's just shredded. He's just P90Xing his way around murdering everyone.
ここの安全を死守することの方が先決です。
そうだな。夏日さんの言う通りだ。今は内部を疑い合うのをやめよう。
Fair.
そうね。
Yeah, I'd be such a better witch hunter than these people. I'd be like, everybody's getting their brand. Everybody, by the end of this trip, everybody's got a scorpion seal on their collarbone.
犯人が誰かなんて警察が必ず暴き出してくれるのだから。
Checking these people like there's a shapeshifter in the midst. I'd be like, everybody is required to eat their soup with a literal silver spoon in full view of me. So that I can make sure there's no shapeshifters. Everybody has to get a brand. That eliminates my fear of the supernatural. Everybody also is required to carry a bag of salt in their pocket. They're like, and the entire kitchen's covered in flour. There's a big circle of flour around where everybody's sleeping. Anybody tries to get up to any nonsense, they're getting blasted on sight.
他の兄弟たちにはかけら一つだって譲りはしないの。
なんてことを。あれだけの莫大な黄金なのよ。ローザたちに分け前をあげたって全く問題はなかったでしょうに。
あるわよ。
Oh my gosh, now Eva's fighting her inner
引
demons.
き継げる黄金なの。だからこそそれは全て丸ごと当主の栄誉そのものなの。それにわずかほどでも傷をつけることはこの私、新しき黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが絶対に許さないわ。
あなたは魔女の碑文通りに殺人を続けるつもりなの？まさかあと5人も人殺しを続けるつもりなの？
ええ、その面倒な儀式を終えないと私の魔女としての力は完全なものにならないらしいの。ねえ私、この魔女の力は本当にすごいわ。私たちが妄想してきた全てが本当に実現できる。夢が夢でなくなる力なの。この力を知ってしまったらもう魔女はやめられない。儀式を完全に終えて私の力が完全なものになれば、きっとそれをあなたにも教えてあげられるわ。
バカなことはやめて。魔女ごっこはもう十分でしょ。私たちは黄金を見つけたわ。そして次期当主の座だって約束されてるわ。ほんの少しの綱渡りは必要だろうけど、もうそれは絶対に叶う夢なのに、これ以上あなたは何を望むというの？
私は魔女になりたかったわ。
私そんな夢なんか知らないわよ。
そうよ、その夢を持ち続けてるから私はこの年のままで生きながらえているの。あなたはその夢を大人になることで捨てたわ。いくら待てども時計を持ったウサギなど訪れないし、ハンプティ・ダンプティにも会えはしない。もちろんトランプの国に招かれたりも絶対にない。あなたはそう諦めてしまったから大人になったのよ。だからもう魔女になりたいなんて思わない。それが本当の自分の夢であったことも忘れてしまったの。
とにかくやめて。私はもう2つの夢を手に入れている。黄金と当主の座。それでもう十分なの。だからお願い、あんたの夢なんて知ったことじゃない。おとなしくしてて。
いやよ、魔法面白いもの。それにあなたの2つの夢は私の魔法のおかげで叶ったのよ。なのに私の夢は叶えてはいけないなんて不公平よ。
あなたの魔法には感謝してるし、あなたこそが本当の魔女だと私は認めてるわ。だからもうおとなしく私の胸の中に帰って、そして二度と現れないで。
いやー、私たちお互いに勘違いしてる
Oh,
わね。
just a little bit of power, and she's like, I'm gonna do more murders.
あんたは後ろ宮エヴァ、私は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。だからあんたの胸の中に帰る義理はないの。さながらあなたという殻を脱皮して蝶になったような気分かしら。
Oh no, her dark passenger.
熱で意識が朦朧とする。
私の魔力が未熟な分をあなたの正気で補ってるの。私が儀式を終えて完全な魔女になるまであなたに負担をかけるかもね。それくらいは2つの夢を叶えてあげた対価ってことにしてもらうわよ。大丈夫、安心して。残る5人の生贄についてはあんたの家族は外してあげるわ。
Ooh.
そうね、ルドルフ、キリエ、クラウス、ナツヒ、
Probably Jessica.
老いぼれの南條なんかどう？
Oh, right.
ちょうどいいわ。この5人を殺すわね。あなただけに明かす殺害予告ってところかしら。
These facial expressions are crazy.
大丈夫か？無理せんと休もう。
大丈夫かね。南條先生、エヴァを。
ありがとう。大丈夫よ、南條先生。
Now imagine she has Maria's flesh under her fingernails and she's like, no, no, it's fine, I'm fine, you guys. Like,
母さん、僕も肩を貸すよ。
ありがとう。お父さんが見ててくれるから平気よ。あなたは2階のいとこ部屋に戻って決して出てこないように。いいわね。何があってもゲストハウスを出ちゃダメよ。外にはあの魔女が。
もう喋るなや。
Guard.
みんなすまんな。わしはエヴァを部屋で看病しとる。なんかあったら呼んでや。
ここまでは順調であるが、ここからが難しいぞ。
難しいとは？
うん。大抵の場合、儀式が進行するにつれ犠牲者が増えると、彼らは守りを固めるようになる。多くの場合、一ところに固まって動かなくなるのだ。それは我らにとって非常に都合が悪い。
それは私たち魔女が群れた人間に劣るということですか？
魔女が人間に劣ることはない。ただ時代が変わり、人間が毒を持つようになったというべきか。大昔の魔法が信じられていた時代は問題なかったのだが、現代人はあの小憎たらしいバトラがそうであるように基本的に魔法を否定する。つまり存在自体が反魔法的なのだ。その結果、彼らはいつの間にか体内に魔法を否定する毒素を有するようになった。
you're a denial magic toxin. That's what it is.
その反魔法の毒素が強くなって、私たち魔女には不利だとおっしゃられるのですか？
彼らの魔法を否定する心の力、すなわち対魔法抵抗力の合計値がそのまま魔法力の分母となるのだ。わかるか？そなたにはちと難しいか？
ご冗談。
I mean, guns are iron.
つまり魔法を信じない人間が多ければ多いほど、そしてその意志が強ければ強いほど、魔法は効果を劇的に助産されるとおっしゃっておられるのですね。なるほど。そのような計算式ならば攻め方を考え直さなければなりません。
Do we get to see the updated painting in the parlor? That'd be pretty chilling. You return from the guest house, the painting's been changed.
いくつかのルールがあることになりますね。一つは演出。人間の仕業とは思えない殺人を演出し、オカルト的な装飾を施して、彼らに魔女の存在を強くアピールし、浸透させることによって、彼らは魔女の存在を信じるようになり、その結果、反魔法力が減少して、魔法力の分母の減少も図られる。なるほど。
I mean, in order for this to work, they have to have the exact same outfit every single time.
そうよ、その通り。毎回の第一の晩のどぎつい演出は全てそのためのものなのだ。別に決してわらわが残酷なのが好きで面白半分でやっていたわけではないのだぞ。
だとしたら先代様、今回のは失敗ですね。殺し方が非常に地味でした。ただのミステリーにしか見えません。ロノウェイに聞いていますが、前回や前々回のように遺体をもっと派手に損壊してファンタジーに見せかけ、彼らに恐怖心を植え付けるべきでしたね。
まあそうだな。毎回それでは芸がないと思ってな。
Like, you can, like, behead them in a crazy way or something like that. It's just like, listen, if their heads were detached from their body in, like, a super clean, like, guillotine-level slice, or, like, you found out in the autopsy they're all, like, missing one rib or something like that, you can still make it look magic without being grotesque, you know what I mean?
ローザとマリアの殺し方についても先代様は自重するようにおっしゃられましたが、それも私たち魔女に
Like switch their hands on their arms or something like that and have it like, ooh.
魔女が実在するなんてこれっぽっちも信じてません。ファンタジーでなく完全にミステリーだと確信しています。私たち魔女にとって失敗した展開です。先代様がどういうわけかぬるいやり方を繰り返したせいです。
ああ、そのだな。若いうちの苦労は買ってでもしろと言うではないか。先代からそなたへのこれは試練である。
Yeah, make it look magic without being grotesque. Yeah, obviously. She's like, listen, you old hag. You're not killing them very interesting.
魔法力を減ずるのは多分手遅れでしょうね。となればもう一つの手、人間の分散が良いでしょう。うん。
それが最も効果的であろうぞ。人間の人数が少なければ少ないほど分母の数は減るわけだ。その結果魔法力はてきめんとなる。つまりこの籠城状態をいかに崩して少人数に分散させるかがここからのポイントとなるわけだ。しかし彼らはもはや用心深い。容易には籠城を崩せぬぞ。前々回の金蔵の書斎での籠城、前回の客間での籠城、いずれも手強かった。ましてや今回は老快な大人勢がほとんど残った状態での籠城となっておる。状況はこれまで以上に困難であるぞ。そなたが望むなら、
Oh, right.
助言を与えてやっても良いのだがな。
I don't think there were stakes in the first ones either. Like, hold on. Were there stakes in the first Twilight Deaths? Let's check one real quick. Were there? Let's verify. I don't know why it won't let me switch to the human side. Like, it almost, like, doesn't register the human side the first time. So... gun or spear shape. Assumed, but there's no... Second Twilight in episode 1 and 2. Yeah, there's no physical spear shapes. In episode 3, there have never been stakes in the first Twilight killings of any episode. Okay. In the second Twilight. Murder weapon is assumed. Yeah, because in the first one I remember being like, oh, is it like an ice pick or something like that? No signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator. Seems it's reasonable to think he was burned after he was murdered. Discovered in the boiler room. Okay. Right. We have evidence that they have spears. They have stakes in their heads. Mm-hmm.
先代様の手は借りません。
そうか。しかしだな、籠城を崩すのはなかなかに難しいぞ。
すでに手は打ってあります。きっと引っかかるはずです。頭のいいやつならむしろ必ず。
そうか。そなたは優秀であるな。手のかからぬ弟子でわらわは嬉しいぞ。
私、人に聞く前に自分で勉強するがモットーなので。それでは失礼します。獲物がのこのこと誘い出されるのを待たねばなりませんので。
Still no kitty in the box. I think Kaza called it on an hour and a half. I was sure she would come back in here and reclaim that box. But we still got a good 2 more hours, so it's possible.
わらわのことなど構いもせぬ。魔女見習いめ、天狗になりよって、今に手痛いミスをして泣き言を言うに違いないぞ。その時こそようやくわらわの偉大さを理解し、教えを請おうとするに違いないのだ。それまでわらわは高みの見物よ。
Oh, right.
失礼いたします、お嬢様。バトラ様との第2の番のゲームが終了いたしました。
そうか。ご苦労であった。守備はどうであったか。
申し訳ございません。リザインさせていただきました。バトラ様のローザがマリアを考察、その後に自己死は赤にて両名他殺で切り返したのですが、エヴァを主犯に据えられた一連の指し手を切り返せませんでした。
エヴァは秀吉にずっと看病されて部屋で寝ていたであろうが。
秀吉も共犯で両名でアリバイを作った可能性を提示されました。
That is possible, yes.
秀吉まで疑うか。殺害時には客室にいたと赤にて叩き切ってやればよいではないか。
それも考えましたが、いずれにせよ数手先でいくつかの大駒を奪われてしまうかもしれません。それにこの手が新しきベアトリーチェ様が撃たれた布石の可能性もありますので、それを尊重することといたしました。申し訳ありません。
布石か。あやつ頭が切れるようだからの。好きにさせておくがよい。どこまでやれるか見ものだ。
そうおっしゃると思いました。弟子が可愛くないのでご機嫌斜めとお見受けしますよ。
余計なお世話だ。あやつめ、ここからの籠城をどう崩していくつもりなのか、わらわもじっくり拝見させてもらうとするぞ。それでバトラの機嫌の方はどうなのか。
落ち着いておられるように見え
Did
ま
he
した。
ask about me? Says
やは
Beatrice.
りお嬢様が相手でないと盛り上がらないとおっしゃっておいででしたよ。
そうか。 そうであろう、そうであろう。第4の番以降はやはりわらわが復帰しないとバトラも寂しかろうな。
Sure.
それでは私はこれで失礼させていただきます。美味しいクッキーを焼かねばなりません。せめてお嬢様とバトラ様のお話が弾みますように。
あいつお前のクッキーボリボリ食ってたな。やはり男の子だからお腹がすくのであろう。多めに焼いてやれ。
かしこまりました。クッキーでテーブルを埋めてご覧に入れましょう。
それが良いぞ。
なんだよ。どうした？話ってなんだ？
あのね、私
I think Eva's killing all these people.
表へ出たいの。
Rudolph's like, kinky, whatever. Okay, new chapter. Kazu, do you think we'll finish this episode?
しかし、
もちろん分かってるさ。だがな、時間を置けばどんどん暗くなってくる。多分今が一番明るい。今が一番都合がいいんだ。
No, really. Chapter 14. You know, that's possible. I mean, we've all been there, you guys.
ローザさんたちが襲われてからまだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。いくらなんでも不用心です。
Really? Because how many chapters are in this episode? We'll get close, but we might not get all the way there.
私は反対です。多少は辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべきではありません。
Yeah, we started kind of late. I was trying to start at 8 today, but it just wasn't in the cards, unfortunately. If I'd started at 8, I feel like we would have gotten to the ending here. Which hubby is gonna love when he gets home. He'll be like, I told you to start at 8. But I also don't think he can fix my screenshotting problem, so... Oh, I see.
そうね。夏日さんの言う通りよ。クラウスさんはリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
なら誰が屋敷へ行くんだね。
俺とキリエ、あと秀吉兄さんの3人で行こうと思う。俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。そう簡単に向こうも手出しはできない。
Yeah, see, they're smart. They're taking a member of Ava's household every time and regarding them with great suspicion. Oh, my sweet boy. Who killed them, Mr. Kitty? Who's the murderer? Who's the culprit, my boy?
男性が2人、そしてさらに銃も2丁。2人には護衛役に徹してもらって、荷物は台車で私が運ぶわ。ローザさんの時とは状況が明らかに異なるはずよ。
わしを男と見込んでの話なら喜んで協力させてもらうで。
Love that for
こう見え
him.
ても屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。力仕事は任せてえな。
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。
Here's the thing, the strong military dad build and the big corn-fed Appalachian guy, peak builds. You should be strong and formidable and relatively healthy. Like, you don't have to be juiced to the gills or 2% body fat, but you should look strong and be capable.
用心するで。それにエヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。 空腹にはできん。胃袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。エヴァのためにもわしは出かけにはならんのや。
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。熱も高い。しばらくそっとしたってや。
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。わかった。外出を許可しよう。
Leave all the women with Eva. This could possibly go wrong.
スピード勝負だ。缶詰は OK だよな。缶切りくれこっちにあるよな。
はい。缶切りと栓抜きはあります。
Can't forget the wine.
ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物。
Although I will say this, like a little bit of wine or vinegar added to soup really adds to the flavor. You know what I mean?
さっさと持ってこようやないか。傘なんてさせてる暇。
Like a little red wine deglaze.
兄貴、留守番を頼むぜ。
気をつけてな。
Okay, so there's at least one man here staying, which is smart. You never want to leave the village of just women and children unprotected.
こういう時くらいしか俺らには見せ場がないのさ。たまには譲って兄貴はのんびりしてろい。じゃな、夏日さん。タオルの準備でもして待っててくれ。傘はささねえから濡れネズミで帰ってくるぜ。
わかりました。お気をつけて。
Yeah, can't use an umbrella if you're two-handing a weapon. Unless you have those little umbrella hats. I had one of those when I was a kid. Loved it. I thought that was so sick. Now my hands are free for activities. Yeah, you gotta pie the room and then run rabbit.
バラテーや。カモがネギしょってきたと思うとるかもしれんで。
頼むぜ。誰も出てきてくれるなよ。
And here's the thing, I mean, if all of the weapons are sawed off, then at least they don't have to worry about long-range attacks for the most part. Like, as far as they know, everything's going to be close combat, which I wouldn't be using those for close combat anyway. I would just be using a knife. Those weapons are way more of a liability than they are a strength. And in fact, they function more effectively as a club.
SP が2人もついてお屋敷に帰宅だなんて実にエグゼクティブな気分よ。
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
お出迎えか。あるかもな。用心しようぜ。
開いたわ。
秀吉兄さん、戦闘を頼めるか。俺は背後を警戒するぜ。
了解や。キリさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。ほな、突入するで。
後方了解。援護するぜ。
男の人ってやね。この状況をちょっぴり楽しんでるでしょ
う。諦めろよ。それが男ってもんだぜ。
Guys, I can't wait to play FPS games. I'm either going to be really good at them or just god-awful. Like, practical knowledge does not beat out skill, unfortunately. I'm like, yes, of course this is how we would move. I just immediately get sniped. Mr. Kitty, you're too skinny for how big you are, but you're also too heavy for Mommy's frail bones. My frail bones cannot handle the Mr. Kitty strain. My joints. Aww. Ooh, the witch's magic or an empty pantry. Sure.
無限の魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのにそれほどまでに魔法を使いこなされると
I noticed the painting isn't different. Once again, if this was magic, the painting would be different. Also, if it wasn't magic, you would just plan the portrait to be different and be the moment everybody's out of the mansion, you just replace it.
恐ろしいお方だ。
さてさて。まずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
失礼ながら、先代様より不必要な残酷なる殺害は控えるようご指示を賜っております。そして第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。それには煉獄の7姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
あら、そうだったの？そういえばそうだったわね。好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。つまんないわ。またローザの時みたいに。
I mean, not really, but kinda.
でも、それは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
と申しますと？
私が何度、どれほどの殺し方をしようとも生き返らせて、最後に自分の殺し方に添えばいいわけでしょ？つまり、私がどう遊ぼうと結局は問題ないってことになるわ。こんなに面白い力、誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか。
Oh, yay, we get another extra 6 scenes of her murdering them in a totally useless way that doesn't move the plot forward at all. Like, if I was the editor for this, I'd be like, you get 2 max. I'm not watching 6 different iterations of a death.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが、本当のようですね。ご随意と申し上げたいところですが、ここはやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。
We don't have all day Evatrice.
銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は、魔女や悪魔の天敵です。
Hold on, now the guns have an effect.
話が違うわ。魔女は弾丸なんか追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
いいえ、普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷。
That seems like bullshit, because the first 2 episodes it was like guns have no meaning.
多くの魔女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるのです。
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。
You're effectively human, you just have magical abilities.
また、銃弾を防げるほどの家具の召喚も、現在はその準備がありません。
Oh, I see.
これほどの魔力を持つ大魔女になりながら、それでもやはり鉛玉に怯えなければならないのね。
What is it, Mr. Kitty?
不愉快だけど仕方がないわ。となれば、家具を呼び出して私の手足とすればいいわけね。
はい。危険に身をさらさず、家具に全てを任すのもまた魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。ここは家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れ。
Oh wow, it turns out the way to get rid of this witch is with a gun. I'd be like, hmm.
ここにタイダのベルフェゴールここ
に Yeah, no, absolutely. Actually, put that in the stream chat. I want to save that. What, Mr. Kitty?
あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか私に見せてみて。
恐れながら先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
でも先代様のご命令の範囲内でいたぶることはできると思います。それでもよろしいですか？はっ、わかった。それで妥協するわ。簡単に殺してはダメよ。徹底的に追い詰めて死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。それでいいのかしら、ロノウェ？
はい。程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います。
ならお行きなさい。はい、お任せを。
相手は銃で武装しています。
Not a big fan of this V-cut thing that they've got going on.
やすいでしょうが、もしも当たれば致命傷ですよ。くれぐれも用心。
ご心配なく、そのような無様はさらしません。
Like either straight bang or curtain bang, but this like V-cut bang thing is crazy.
殺し方にまでルールがね。なんで私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならないの？
Evatrice, it is a ritual, so like generally rituals aren't just do whatever the fuck you want. It's there's usually protocol to follow. Eva's girl boss, the rules are for lesser folks.
ジョージたちも満腹やろ。帰るまでが遠足や。行くで。
Kyrie cannot handle that weapon, so this is going to be bad.
どうしたキリエ？
チリチリするの。嫌な予感がするわ。
女の勘か？
What's it, Mr. Kitty? Do you sense a conflict in the game?
さっきまではその気配はなかったの。でもたった今感じたわ。たった今私たちは待ち伏せられた。
なら来た道を戻る義理はねえな。そこに勝手口があるじゃねえか。そっちから出よう。
I mean, yeah, obviously.
なんだこりゃ。勝手。くそ、どうなってんだ。
開かないの？
ああ、壊れてんのかな。びくともしねえ
It's
ぜ。
your house. Kick the door open. Also, don't kick from the front. Kick like a donkey, or you'll break your knee. Well, not break it. You'll hurt your knee, so you have to kick the other way. You don't want all that pressure loaded onto your knee. Yeah, she got anime protagonist nose senses. Belphegor and Leviathan, gay. Okay, so that's 2 of the 10 shots gone.
ちょっと名乗りも上げさせないつもり？これだから人間は嫌なのよ。
Doesn't matter, they're not gonna have a grave. Why do I need to learn your name? I'm not burying you. What's Leviathan again? Like which sin? Envy. Okay. I always forget that like connection. I guess like a creature from the deep would envy like terrestrial life.
36系逃げるが勝ちだぜ。
私は女の方をやるわ。あんたは男。了解した。
Yeah, because Hideyoshi has plot armor. You'll recall. Can't help but notice that the painting isn't changed, so if you're trying to make me believe in magic, I very much still don't. That'd be my first thing. I'd be like, you didn't even change the banners when you took over? Like, what kind of weak sauce shit is this? When you take over a castle, you change the banners immediately. It's how everybody knows the castle's been taken over. Like, the fuck? This song goes pretty hard.
抵抗もそして闘争も無駄だ。お前は何も考えなくていい。ただ目を閉じているだけでいい。私がすべて優しく終わらせてやる。
Eat lead, motherfucker. Oh my. Rudolph, chill out. Love that for him. He's like, my wife's not here right now. What you trying to do? And of course it's Sloth, so she's like, nothing. I'm trying to do nothing. I'm a lazy bitch. Hilarious. No, not Rudolph. Not the man, the myth, the legend. Blast this hoe. the aura of this man right now. He's used to blasting a very different kind of shot at these hoes, and yet back shots, front shots, Rudolph can do it all, you guys. Ooh, lever action? Yes. He knows how to handle a weapon, alright? Kyrie's not worried about that. She's got that second wife energy. She knows what it's about. Oh. Shocker. Envy's jealous. I don't think so, but whatever. I think envy is more crippling than it is helpful. I find wrath to be far more motivating, but I think that's probably a personal preference. That is not how you would handle that weapon at all. Foolish. Ejecting the shells from a lever action is so boss, though. Like, spinning that thing around and, like, using your, you, like, spin it and then use your, like, arm to catch it. Peak. I guess it depends on, like, how, like, fluid the, lever is, but... So is in episode 3 it possible to kill the demons? Blast these hoes. He's like, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I know how things are going. Kablam. There's a doctor on the premises. Shoot your sister. Hell yeah. Wow. Rosa hated Eva? That's from left field. Crazy. Narf jumped out of the box and ruined my bet. Naughty. Naughty kitties. What is it, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them? Ooh, this is a gore. Oh no! Don't let me miss it! Don't let me miss it! No! One sec, you guys. I gotta screenshot this chandelier. This is so beautiful. No. Full screen. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. God, that looks so nice. There we go. Hey, we still have another 2 hours. If she jumps back into the box, she can continue her time. It does, however, mean that it is impossible for her to reach the full length of the stream. So some of those... Kaza, you are not familiar with gambling. The game is not over yet. Anytime you include animal-based gambling, you have to include the over-under. And, hey, honey, what is it called? What is it called in gambling where you can bet on the full length of it, but also if there's any portion in between, like let's say, oh, I bet that the Boston Red Sox or whatever are gonna win. If they don't win, then you can vote. Then you can bet also on like how far they'll get, even not winning.
The over or the under?
The over/under. Okay, yeah. There's still.
Are you betting on the over or are you betting on the under?
Hey, speaking of, you know, maybe I can ask old Slappo that question. Okay. I will put together my list of questions. Okay, I gotta write that down, by the way. That's part of a separate thing that I'm doing. What a weird moment of self-reflection.
それを力として変換したとき、私は姉妹の誰にも負けない力を得たのよ。少女時代の程よい劣等感が大事よ。女に化粧と努力を教えてくれるわ。
What a weird take. I want that screenshot too as well. Get this Kyrie screenshot for me if you would. Mr. Kitty is getting really tired of my movements. Yes, Mr. Kitty. Perfect. Ever tell you guys that that's how I learned to drive a stick shift? When I was very young, I got Mr. Dog. I got Sunny as a little tiny puppy, just a potato of a dog. And I was shifting in my grandfather's giant dual wheel pickup. And if I shifted improperly, if I like missed the timing on that, it would lurch the pickup and the puppy would sit in the middle. And so if I didn't hit them just perfect, it would lurch the little puppy and he would be woken from his peaceful sleep in the middle. So it was high stakes. And that's how I learned to drive a stick shift, is because I had a sweet little dog sitting right here, and if I did it wrong, he would have fallen from his little sleeping nook. So it's a good way to learn. Now, it's only a good way to learn if you're not a screw-up, by the way. Like, if I was just bad at doing that, I would have not done that. But it did make me pretty good at figuring out the gears and stuff like that. Because my will for the little animals to be able to sleep peacefully was much higher than my ability to fuck up my driving. And in fact, I think my driving's gotten worse now that I don't have a passenger that's an animal. Like, people, like, whatever, you've got life insurance, but, like, when I used to drive my car with Mr. Kitty in my lap, I'm doing every single thing by the book. I'm letting off the gas just slightly when I'm going into a turn, so it's a smoother turn.
ルドルフさんと最初から付き合っていたのは私だったのよ。アスムさんが白々しく間に入り込んできてちゃっかりと解任したのよ。ルドルフさんは悪くないわ。あの女が体を武器にして立ち回ってルドルフさんに婚約せざるを得ないよう追い詰めたのよ。
I mean, that's one way to win.
アスムさんはバトラクを
Underhanded as hell, but still.
そして同じ頃私もまた男の子を身ごもってた。運命的なことに私たちの出産日は共に同じ日だったわ。そしてアスムさんはバトラ君を出産したの。だけれど私はダメだ思ったことがあるわ。
Crazy.
もしダメだったのがアスムさんで出産したのが私だったら
I would have been the first and only wife.
婚約を解消して
Absolutely, he would have done that. Yes, of course, that's what he would have done.
だからアスムさんが死ぬまで、そしてエンジェを解任するまで、私はアスムさんを呪ったわ。嫉妬したわ。アスムさんなんか死んでしまい、そして私と再婚してほしいってずっと嫉妬して呪って、そしてやっとアスムさんが死んだ。
And here's the thing.
確信したわ。
My immediate first thought was, why wouldn't you just try again? But you can't, because he's married to this other woman. But, like, I mean, Rudolph is a player. She probably could have, but you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. But, I mean, if he's already got 2 baby mamas, same time, you know what I mean? Like, if the goal is to have many children, why then would you not just keep a mistress and have children? Like, if that's your goal, what are you optimizing for? If you're optimizing for traditional family values, then of course do that. But if you're optimizing for most amount of heirs, then there's a reason why the emperor had a secret palace full of, you know, concubines. You know what I mean? Because you're trying to mill out children as quick as possible for the family legacy. It doesn't make, if the goal is to have many children, it doesn't make sense to have one wife. Because you can only have 1 child a year. Potentially. Like, I mean, it's possible for, like, twins and triplets or whatever, but if the goal is many children, this is not how you go about many children. This is how you go about traditional family values. So...
でも私の嫉妬の炎は収まらない。内緒よ。バトラ君を見るたびにね、あの女を思い出しちゃう。そしてバトラ君を見るたびにね、
Bet she was a
もし
redhead.
私の子が生まれていたら同じ年だっただろうなって思ってしまう。私は今でも彼女を嫉妬し、苛まれて。
Really?
これからも未来永劫にね。
And here's the thing, my opinion on it, this is a nice screenshot right here too. Very aura farming of her. Now, I hate that weapon, but like that pose of just being like, bam, so cool. Here's the thing. Not necessarily do I think it's a problem to have multiple wives if you have the resources in which to keep them all in good standing, and you, as the head of household, keep everybody from causing problems, you know what I mean? So the way you would do it is you have all of the wives, right? And they're all of equal standing as wives. Nobody is higher or lower. They each have their tasks, they each have their talents, and they have to get along. They have to get along, which means you have to share your time amongst them properly. You can't have favorites. The moment you have a favorite, that all falls apart. You know, it all falls apart. It also doesn't hurt if one of your wives is a little fruity. But I digress. And then the children, it's all based on the ages, not necessarily like the mother. So it's like if one of them's a boy, one of them's a girl, it doesn't really matter, you know, in so much as the hierarchy, like Kenzo's done, basically, where the oldest one that is the best at, and here's the thing, you couldn't really do it in so much of a gender-based situation, because, like, let's say, for example, like how this is structured, Kraus is pretty good, but Eva wants it more, and she's willing to put forth more of her more of her efforts into being the best. And basically the heir should be the one that cares the most and does the best job. And so that person gets set as the head of household. And if it is in fact a woman, then you would just do exactly what Ava did. And then you would just have her keep the family household. Like, if you have a situation where it's a possibility between a male heir and a female heir, they both just keep the last name of the household, and then the child has the last name of the household, and then away you go with it. You know what I mean? Because then it follows the lineage of, like, the heir of the household. Then, if it happens to be a boy, cool, whatever, he gets to be the heir. And then all of the girls are strategically married off into situations where they will help the family, and if they're not interested in that, then they get to choose their partner, but then they don't get taken care of. So, like, the way it should work is, like, for example, I'm like the second or third daughter in the family line, and I don't want to marry like a lawyer or a doctor or whatever the family has need of that I, like, for the most part, like, agree to. Like, I don't think you should ever do an arranged marriage or something like that where, like, it's solely based off of, like, you should have, you're like, okay, we need a lawyer in the family, so here's a bunch of lawyers for you to choose from. You pick which one you want. These are the ones that you have options for. You shouldn't just be like, you're marrying this guy, because that causes problems, and then silly, ridiculous. Or you're marrying this girl, and it's like, no. So then if they're like, no, I don't want to do this, I want to marry for love or whatever, then they're like, okay, well, you're cut off from the family. Like, you have, like, your dowry, you get your dowry over here, and then in the event of your husband's death or some other form of misfortune, then you can be reabsorbed into the family. But essentially, you, like, who's the prince that just did that? You basically, like, give up your title within the family, like, because you don't have that name anymore. We don't, like, we'll still, like, spend time with you or whatever, but our financial obligation to you is severed because you're not investing in the business that is the family. And I think that that stuff all makes a decent amount of success. That's how people build generational wealth. I don't make the rules. That just is what it is. But once again, you need a lot of people within the family unit to be able to make these things work. Like, if everybody's only having one kid, like in this situation, everybody only has one kid. So if that kid doesn't want to be the heir, it presents a problem. Many hands make light work. That's why people that live in agricultural settings have like 8 kids, because you need multiple of them, because if one of them wants to go off and be an artist and one of them wants to go off and do this, realistically, if you have like 10 kids, the likelihood that all 10 of your kids are going to leave and like do their own thing is relatively low. And usually when that happens, it's because you're insufferable and they don't want to be around you. If you're a real cool, awesome dude, usually people, or whatever, like whatever your gender and status in the family is, if you're cool, Rudolph has 2, but we haven't seen the other one yet, and there's too big of a gap between those two. You know what I mean? Like, one of them is like 18 and one of them's like, what, 6 or something like that? Like, she's young. That's too big of a gap. You need like a year to 2 years in between the two of them. And realistically, I don't know a lot of women out there that are going to want to pop out 12 kids. That's a lot of kids. But like, if you're going to make a dynasty, you need lots of people. You need lots of people to make a dynasty, because it doesn't work. It either Either you have 1 or 2 kids and you're like a regular middle-class person, or you have a lot of children, you give them all jobs, responsibilities, and expectations, and you have a dynasty. That's how it works. I don't make the rules, it is what it is. You need lots of moving parts to make this work, because sometimes these parts aren't going to want to be part of this engine, and they'll have to be replaced with other parts that do. And here's the thing. 2 or 3 generations of, like, let's say, for example, let's give this person a name. Let's say Rebecca. Rebecca is the second daughter of this lineage or whatever. She's the second daughter, and she goes, you know what? I don't want to marry for the family. I want to marry for love or something like that. Oh, easy. I'll get to the point here, Kaza. And she wants to marry for love. Eventually, she'll marry a guy, and he'll be like, hey, I actually want to be part of this. Or maybe the kids will want to go back into it. And then that can be reabsorbed into the fold, and then everything can go working together. But there's not enough kids in here for this whole thing to work. It's falling apart immediately.
Soよ。笑わせるなよ、小娘が。てめえに男を取られて18年間嫉妬し続ける女の狂気がわかるかよ。
Yeah, 18 years is a big gap between new heirs. But Kyrie had spite. Crazy. I'm just saying, Rudolph could have had way more kids if he was following the dynastic plot. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Him having 2 kids is ridiculous. I don't think she wants to be the first or second wife anymore. I mean, if somebody that underhanded stole 18 years of what you presume to be your life would be from you, like, I could understand why you would be mad too. She fully had this guy locked down. She was like, we're getting married, I'm having his child. And then this other chick swoops in, and all because her... So not only does she have to go through a miscarriage by herself, but she loses her man for 18 years? Not a full 18 years, however long it takes. How long did it take between, like, wasn't it 12 years? She loses her man for a decade plus. I mean, I'm not saying I'd murder somebody over that, but that'd piss me off.
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐えた。もう十分。あとは何も考えなくていい。痛みなく生を奪い去っていく。
待ってくれ。頼みよ。最後に
Last request.
あれがやってみて。
Well, of course. Imagine Kyrie wanted to have like 2 or 3 kids. A decade is a long time to be barren. You know what I mean? Like, it takes time to craft these individuals. So, like, 10 years worth of having kids with Rudolph was, like, essentially in her mind taken from her. She could have, like, 3 or 4 kids right now. They could have a dynastic line right now. But Asuka wanted to be a thief and hoe.
言っておく。たとえ私の眉間に銃口を突きつけたとしても。私はお前が引き金を引き私の頭蓋骨に弾丸が
You should have just blasted halfway through her explanation. Like, why would you even wait? So just smack her in the face with the gun and then while she's stunned, shoot her.
それを知りつつ決闘を挑むお前の度胸に敬意を表し付き合うのだ。感謝する。
お前は律儀なやつだね。いいよな。
Ruthlessly flirt with your murderer, Rudolph. That is a time-honored strategy.
散歩だ。
Rudolph's like, somebody's getting shot. Where? Who knows?
そして3歩も歩いてまだ気づかない。俺の勝ちだ。お嬢ちゃん。
何？
You shoot Eva? Yeah, if he shoots at Eva, he'll shoot her no problem because she has to be in the way. And then he just, depending on how many bullets he has left, shoot Eva. Is that what he did?
許す。俺は卑怯なの。
今日ダメだわ。
Now shoot Eva Triss.
魔女の家具ともあろうものが人間に敗れるなんて恥を知りなさいよ。情けない、みっともない。勝手に這いつくばって死んじゃえば。
End this farce.
こいつはかわせか。だがかわさなかった。車線上に姉貴がいることに気づいたのさ。だから律儀なこいつはかわさずに受けて姉貴をかばったんだ。大手飛車取りに最後に気づいたんだ。
見事。
悪く思うな。お前が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけた。俺は観念するつもりで。
あの散歩、私手心だったか。考えようともしなかった。私は旅だった。
You gotta plan your shot, you know what I'm saying?
お前はいい女だったぜ。先に金属で化粧してる。きっと黒く
Dude. Time honored ladies man. What, Mr. Kitty? What is it? Who killed them, Mr. Kitty? No. Mr. Kitty.
大丈夫？今誰か
Ah, yes. I wondered where that was.
いい女だったぜ。もちろんお前の次程度です。悪いな。チェックメイトです。
Hell yeah, the dream team.
情けない家具たちね。
Except I think Hideyoshi betrays them. You just put that in here right now. Hideyoshi's gonna betray them. It's too early in the chapter for that to not be the case.
ここは引くべきです。銃弾を防ぐ結界も家具もここにはありませんよ。
Is this just young Hideyoshi? You guys would tell me if that was the truth, right?
So そりゃあ先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然ね。私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。私義理で使ったけど、もともとお風呂は嫌いなの。
Crazy.
何の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。おとなしく両手を上げやがれってんだ。
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。あんな安っぽい家具じゃなくて、もっともっと強力な残酷な
妙な真似はやめて引き金を引くわ。
Ooh, what's the new furniture look like?
防弾結界。
Bunny girls! How did I know? I thought to myself, it's gonna be bunnies. I thought they were gonna be bunny boys, though, if I'm being honest.
先代様でもおいそれと呼び出せなかったペンドラゴンの記念兵をいともたやすく。
シエスタ410、ここに。シエスタ45、ここに。私にふさわしい家具なんでしょうね、あんたたちは。絵本の朗読から同伴デートに隕石撃墜まで幅広くお答えしますよ。にひひ。お答えしないと竜王様に怒られます。何卒ご命令を、大ベアトリーチェ卿。
ルドルフさん、逃げましょう。こいつらはダメだわ。
British bunny girls? Yeah, the moment you see bunny girls or cat girls, you gotta book it. It's about to be crazy.
命令よ。逃げた2人を殺して、そして死体をここへ持ち帰りなさい。そしたら生き返らせて何度も遊ぶのよ。
恐れながら先代様よりそのような残酷行為は慎むようにと。
傲慢のルシファーちゃんじゃない。お久しぶりに元気？また今度一緒に遊びましょうね。410、死後はダメです。怒られます。大ベアトリーチェ卿のご命令を迅速に遂行を。にひ、お仕事の時間だね。410了解。追撃狙撃戦準備。地形データ収集、射撃用データ収集。410へデータリンク。410データ受領。標的を捕捉。地形誤差修正。射撃曲線形成。制御点補正完了。45
Rocket launcher bunny girls?
45データ受領。危険区域確認。あ、そこはダメです。
What are you guys doing?
後ろ邪魔だよルシファーちゃん。バックファイヤーで焼けるよ。にひ。
What are you guys doing?
45射撃準備完了。弾種選定装填。
Yeah, I was gonna just say a bowstring. Can you imagine literally firing a bow and arrow at your siblings? That'd be crazy. Here's what I imagine. I imagine Eva's literally standing there, and then she just puts on a bunny thing and just ding at her siblings. And they're like, we gotta get out of here. Dang. It says snake. Did it mean snake or did it mean steak? Like a coiled reptile or like a spearhead like device? Yeah, that's what I thought.
私ではこういう家具が向いてるわ。先代様の中古家具とは大違い。さあ、二人の死体をここへ。飽きるまで何度でも蘇らせて、思いつく限りの残虐な殺し方を試してやるの。はあ、魔女がこんなにも楽しいなんて。命を奪うことがこんなにも楽しいなんて。
Crazy.
Siesta 45-410命令遂行を完了しました。
Hi, Mr.
大ベ
Kitty.
アトリーチェ卿の次の命令を待ちます。どうかご命令を。赤ん坊の檻からネトゲのお相手。スペースシャトル撃墜まで何でもお答えしますよ。にひひ。こいつらは第4の番と第5の番の生贄らしいの。だから最後には役立たずの7姉妹。ああ、もう5姉妹か。
Oh,
こ
come
い
here,
つら
Snuggles.
を額と胸に刺してえぐらなくちゃならない。でもそれを最後にすればいいんであって、それまでを私がどう遊ぼうと勝手よね。
待て待て待て待てい。そなたはわらわの言っていたことをもう忘れたのか。
おや、これは先代様。何か文句でもおありですか？
あるに決まっておろうが、そなたはやりたい放題ではないか。なぜにわらわの言いつけが聞けぬのか。
やりたい放題で何の問題があるのですか、先代様。それに私は儀式のルールを逸脱しようなんて気持ちはこれっぽっちもありません。ちゃんとこの二人の死体を後できれいにして額と胸に杭を打ち込んでおきますから。
そういう問題ではないというに、あまりに品がなかったり残酷だったりするとだな。気を悪くする者もおるかもしれぬし。
The PR she's trying to do right now.
で戦っているとかいうゲームの相手ですか？どの目に聞きました？
おしゃべりめ。まあ正直に言うとそういうわけだ。ちょっと目に余ると講義を受けてな。
先代様にわざわざ伝言などさせず直接講義にいらっしゃればいいのに。お 臆病な方です。
こことは異なる世界の住人だからの。わらわを返さねばならぬのだ。まあとにかくだな。
ということは、その方は私に何か干渉したくてもできない。そして私も干渉したくてもできない。それくらいに遠い世界の無縁な方との認識でよろしいですか？
例えるなら、とても近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。とても身近な世界なのだが、平行線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決してない。そんな世界と、とりあえずは認識してくれればよい。
交わらないということは、私とは関係ない世界のことということです。もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたら、その方に交互伝言をお願いします。
あやつにか？なんと伝
える？余計なお世話だよ、消えろよババア。へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
Crazy.
失礼しました。先代のお友達でしょうから、多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。ババアと言っても決して先代様のことではありませんから、どうかご容赦ください。
Oh, what an unruly little witch.
先代様、とても不思議に思うことがあります。どうして先代様はその別世界の方とゲームをして魔女だと認めてもらわなければならないのですか？
それはだな、全ての人間に魔女の存在を認めさせることが完全なる支配につながるからである。一人頑固者がおってな、どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
どうしてその人間の認可が必要なのですか？魔女が魔女であり魔法を振るうことにどうして人間に認められる必要があるのですか？
だからな、前にも話した通り、魔法というのは。
私は魔女です。別に誰の認可がなくとも魔法が使えますが、何か？
この世界ではな。しかしな、それをあやつが認めない以上は、なんと説明すればよいのか。
説明いりません。だって決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありませんか。それはつまりない世界も同じということです。別世界でゲームで戦っていると先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。重ねて言います。私と関係ない話です。そして私はもう魔女です。先代様はどうやらその何者かに認めてもらえないと魔女になれないようですが、
Vitamin D
私は違い
acquired.
ます。誰に認められずとももう立派な魔女です。先代ということであなたに形式的な敬意は捧げますが、それは私の行為であって義務ではありません。もう私はあなたの助言など求めていないし、これからどうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいかはっきり分かってます。だから13人殺しの儀式まではあなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。しかしそのやり方やその後のことについてはあなたに口出しされる言われは全くありません。そういうことで一つよろしくお願いします。
そうか。ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。魔法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれが どう敬いがあったのか教えてほしいものです。
Well, she doesn't have a body anymore, so it probably doesn't matter.
シエスタの姉妹、先代がお帰りよ。
お見送りを。
先代様、どうぞこの場はお引き取りを。でないと私たちが叱られます。
先代様、お引き取りを。これ以上ベアトリーチェ様のご機嫌を損ねられるのはお勧めできません。
先代様、
わかった。わらわはこれにて退場する。そなたがどのような顛末をたどるか、ゆっくり鑑賞させてもらおうぞ。まあわかる。無限の力は楽しい。有限の極みである命を自在にもてあそぶ快楽は味わったことのない者には説明できぬ。その快楽に取りつかれる気持ちわかろうと。
さぞや楽しかったでしょうね。かつてのあなたのはしゃぎぶりを見る限り。
This is such a pot calling the kettle black moment. She's like, hey, you oughtn't do this. And it's like, Beatrice, we just watched 2 episodes of you doing this.
あなたにはあの子と大きな違いが一つあります。あの子はすでに魔女かもしれない。もちろんあなたも魔女です。ゲーム版の上の世界では。しかしゲーム版の外の世界で魔女だと認められるには、ゲームの対戦者であるバトラ君に認めてもらわなくてはならない。あなたはそれを理解してゲームを始めたはずです。
魔女である証拠を暴風のように見せつけ、わらわを拒否する気持ちを吹き飛ばし、屈服させればわらわを魔女と認めると思った。前回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。
実際は逆です。バトラ君はあなたの残忍さに呆れ果てていました。そしてゲームの対戦者として登壇したのは、あなたを対等な対戦相手だと認めたからではない。残忍な魔女の存在を一切認めないという強い敵意に基づいてです。愚かなあなたはバトラ君が対戦者の自覚を持ってくれたことを、自分を魔女だと認めさせる第一歩のように感じていたのでしょう。でも実際は全くの逆。バトラ君はあなたを魔女だと絶対に認めないためにあなたのゲームに挑んだのです。浅はかな北風がいくら吹きつけようと、旅人はマントをより深く着込むだけ。あなたは大きな間違いを最初から犯しているのです。このゲームはバトラ君を屈服させる拷問などではない。あなたがバトラ君に認めてもらうために努力する試練なのです。
うすうすはよ、気づいてたさ。
前回はバトラ君にとって辛いゲームでした。しかしもう気づいたようですね。今回はあなたにとって辛いゲームです。
わらわはこれからどうすればいいのだ。
あなたが自分で考えるのです。幸いにもあなたはもうゲーム版の駒を降りて新しき魔女に委ねました。じっくりと自らについて思案する時間があるでしょう。
バトラはもういいの塊じゃねえかよ。魔女は認めない。 そしてわらわも認めない。それでどうやってバトラに認めてもらうんだよ。北風でダメなら今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうのか。このわらわが今さら。
今は10月、ハロウィンの季節ですね。太陽が死に再びよみがえる再生の月です。よみがえったばかりの弱々しい太陽は冬の木枯らしに遠く及ばないでしょう。しかしじっくりと成長し、やがては春の訪れを告げることができる。その時、旅人はマントを畳むこともあるかもしれない。
Man, they're hitting The Last of Us Part 2 in this hallway right now.
人の生き死にを自由にすることのなんと楽しいことか。無限の魔女の力の前には私が思い描く無限の全てが実現するわ。どんなにぐちゃぐちゃにすりつぶしてやったって、私は指を一つ鳴らすだけで元通りにして蘇らせることができる。そして最後に申し訳程度に碑文に沿った死体に戻せばいいんだからね。ねえ、あんたたち。
This dolphin ass laugh is crazy.
ことってある？ないです。45は？いえ、やったことありません。申し訳ありません。当然よ。普通ないわ。ましてやお気に入りのぬいぐるみだったらなおさらよね。でもずっと思ってた。こんなにも大好きでふかふかのぬいぐるみの中には何が詰まってるんだろう。いつか覗いてみたいってずっと思ってたわ。
I mean, I
無限の
guess,
魔女の
but
力はまさにそれを叶えてくれる力なの。今の私は好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂くことができる。なのに魔法一つでそれを元通りに蘇らせることができるわ。それはつまりこの世のあらゆる制約を打ち破ったということ。今の私には躊躇することも思いとどまることも何もないの。その喜び、誰にもわからないでしょうね。無限の魔女の私以外誰にもわからない。
予算かエヴァ。
あんたいたの。
now let's see. You gonna
な
end
んで
this?
ローザさんやマリアちゃんやルドルフ君やキリエさんまで殺さにゃならんのや。
はあ？私は後ろ宮家の当主にして六軒島の魔女よ。この島では何を起こそうと全ては自由自在。今だけの一瞬を切り取ってその生き死にをどうなど私には無意味なこと。
Yeah, it's interesting that he thinks that she killed Rosa
どん
and
だけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな。
like if he was in the room with Ava, why would he think that she killed Rosa and Maria?
だがな、
Because it's probably been Eva this whole time.
なして気前よく分けっこしたのって思わんかったんや。
誤解してるわ。あれはすべて黄金の魔女のものよ。私以外の誰にも触れる資格はない。
お前は何や。昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか。
Oh, Hideyoshi loves his split personality wife.
エヴァの胸の中にずっと住んでいた少女時代の私。そして魔女なの。エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。だから魔法が使えない。
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある。わしかて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことがあるわ。しかし命の大切さを学んでそんな残酷な幼年時代から卒業するんや。今のお前はまさに幼年時
And I
代
like the only kid that didn't pull the wings off of bugs.
の人格なんや。それはエヴァやない。別の人間や。
そうよ。私後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだもの。楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は本当に素敵。割った金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。そして好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂いていい。私は
Nice. He's hitting his wife.
Aho! 三角ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせにわしがまた更生させたるわ。このシャワーが。
Again. Hell yeah. Nice.
痛い、ちょっと。
命の大切さとか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったのだ。わしが思い出させたる。何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。お前はわしの女房の後ろ宮エヴァや。冷蔵庫の残り物でちょいちょいと気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。
You're a witch in the kitchen. Knock it off. Knock it off. Just keep beating her. It's fine.
言ってるでしょうか。
アホ抜かせ。この
Now here's the thing, if she only just now became the witch, who did the first 6 murders? Probably Genji. I think that this is...
私はエヴァじゃないと言ってるのに。バカでうざい男ね。あんたしつこいから第6の番の生贄に変更してあげるわ。どこかのベッドの下に隠れて震えてでもいたなら見逃してやるつもりだ
Yeah,
ったのに。
I think that that gun is either Henry or Eva. Because she's near the corpses, right? I think in her mind, she either shot her husband and doesn't want to believe that she shot her husband, or her son has walked in, saw her getting beaten up by his dad, and is like protecting his mom. Those are the two possibilities, but I think it's possible that she just killed her husband. Like, if there's nobody else in this room, but I think that those are the only two people that would have that reaction to Hideyoshi hitting her.
この男のせいですっかり興ざめだわ。もうやめた。ロノウェアいる？
Okay, so we had...
はい、ここに。
後片付けをお願い。先代様もうるさいしね。あのババアが納得する程度に綺麗にしといてちょ
So
う
we
だい。
had
一
Rudolph,
応先代様への義理で儀式のルールには従うわ。この3人の死体を第4の番から第6の番ってことでお願いね。ルシファー、出番よ。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
その3人の死体、ほじくってえぐっといて。
Okay, so there's like 2 more. Except she said she was gonna kill all... She said she was gonna kill 13. She's like, fuck that, I'm killing everybody, I thought. Oh, the 13 total, maybe.
Beatrice 様のご命令ですよ。ルシファーは3人を選び、儀式の作法に従い処理をするように。あと、できましたら私のお片付けにも手を貸してください。
かしこまりました。
バカな男ね。死なずに済んだのに。あなた、あなたどこ？いるわよね。返事をして。
Ooh, nice.
あなた、返事をして。あなた。
Sure.
.さすがに遅すぎます。彼らの身に何かあったのでは。
Yeah, see, then this becomes confusing because if Ava's inside, everybody's watching the front door. Is there any other way to get out of the guest house? And is anyone watching Henry right now?
私はそうだと申し上げました。なぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に。愚かなことです。ローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのに、なぜに外へ。
それを言っても始まらん。とにかくこれでゲストハウスに大人は3人。私と夏希、そして高熱で寝込んでいるエヴァだけだ。
エヴァさん、どうしましたか？大丈夫ですか？
うん。
うちの人はどこ？うちの人がいないの。ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに、ずっと手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Oh, okay.
落ち着いて。
秀吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています。表へ？どうしてよ。私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したのに、どうして表になんか行ってるの？
And here's the thing, she might not even be conscious when she's doing this, so this could be all legit, and she just has, once again, like, multiple personalities.
秀吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。ここなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになったのだ。秀吉さんはお前の体調が悪いことを気にしてて、そのためにもと言って。
いつ戻ってくるの？いつ戻ってくるのよ。表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ、屋敷はダメ。魔女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。見つかったら殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。ああ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。30分前にここを出ました。私たちは帰りを待っています。30分？そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのに、どうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。
So the mansion's not that far away, so she could have. She probably did. I very much strongly suspect that Eva has like some split personality business going on.
"母さんの意見に同感だよ。父さんたちの様子を確かめに行くべきだ。
まあ、そうだな。荷物が大きくなって手間取ってる可能性だってあるぜ。人手は歓迎のはずさ。
ローザさんが襲われてすぐですぞ。二次遭難の可能性もあります。ここは一つ慎重に。
バカを言わないで。慎重に何よ。助けを求めてるかもしれない主人を見殺しにしろというの。私が様子を見に行くわ。臆病者はここで待っていなさい。
How convenient. She's gonna go to the scene of the crime.
僕も行こう。バトラ君も来るだろう。人数が多い方がいい。
おう。エヴァおばさん、来るなって言ったってついてくぜ。
私も行くよ。私だけ安全なところに隠れてなんかいられないぜ。
ジェシカは出てはなりません。ここに私といるのです。良いですね。そうね。それがいいでしょうね。兄さんたち一家はゲストハウスで留守番してて、これはうちの家族とバトラ君の家族の問題よ。
Well, how
あと南條
convenient.
先生も来てもらえるかしら。万が一のこともあるかもしれないから。
Okay, so her plan is to kill Battler and Nanjo, and then that finishes this up. Because then that becomes the 13. It'd be pretty obvious who the killer is, though, if that's the case. She should invite at least one more person over to absolve suspicion.
ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷のホールにてルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
第4から第6の番ってことか。なら死体には額、胸、腹にそれぞれ例の悪魔の杭が。
Oh, now there's bunnies. I don't know why it's weird about the witch menu every time, but okay. So we're gonna start in order. He gets killed. Died in the mansion hall with his forehead having been pierced by a weapon like a stake. What does this say? The murder weapon is assumed to be a blank or a spear-shaped object. I can't see that part. A gun or spear-shaped object. Interesting. Gun or spear-shaped object. Gun or spear-shaped object. Gun or spear-shaped object. Gun or spear-shaped object. So the servant's all gun or spear. He's just been burned, so you can't really tell. But it says here, forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Died in the mansion hall with her stomach having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. This stomach isn't a very lethal spot. Wouldn't it have been okay to kill her by a safer method and just stick the stake in the corpse? Yeah, being stabbed in the gut is brutal. Died with his chest having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Yeah, so it says he got shot, but he didn't. He got stabbed, so... So it says he got shot, but he got stabbed. It seems reasonable that she was killed after. Okay. So I suspected she was killed first by Rosa, and then Rosa was killed afterwards. But I guess not. This thing is telling us right now that she was killed after Rosa, so she let her mom get murdered, and then was also killed. It was this very woman who became the sacrifice for the birth of a new witch. In Hideyoshi's report. Careless, who knew she was still alive? This part. Died in the mansion's hall with his chest having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Yeah, there was just a block of text before that I couldn't quite see. Careless, who knew she was alive. Okay. And then I think... Yeah, I can see that part. It just depends on, like, the length of the text. Sometimes it blocks stuff on my end that I can't see.
3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。3人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
杭で額と胸と腹をとか。
And it's just kind of haphazard. Like, the first 2 episodes, they were, like, methodical, and it made sense where they were killed. But then this one is just kind of, like, slopped together. It's almost elegant that, like, the stakes are attributed to each person's sin and stuff like that, whereas this one is just kind of sloppy.
いつも通り死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。ロノウェ、赤で宣言を頼む。おい、聞こえないのか？赤で宣言を頼む。副将要求だ。ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
申し訳ございません。副将を拒否させていただきます。
So I don't think Hideyoshi's dead.
いきなりどういうつもりだ?
Either Hideyoshi or Kairi are still alive.
申し訳ございません。私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。よって私にはそれを赤で復唱することができません。それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様ただ一人だけでございます。
正しい言い分です。ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。ロノウェが代行の役を折り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として認めないならば、新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
新しき代行者はおりません。どうかバトラ様、お嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください。
This seems like kind of like a pointless swap, but whatever.
そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。
How can we extend this another 10 minutes? It's like...
俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
Like, I get it that this is, like, has to do with, like, his relationship to Beatrice, but if Beatrice doesn't exist, then,
不愉
like...
快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。また、お嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
どうだかな。
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか？
おいおい、よしてくれよ。まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。それに、あんたらにいくら謝罪の言葉を聞かされても、俺の耳には届かない。そいつを、ベアトが自分の口で言えるってんなら、まあ、耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
わかりました。それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。
The whole thing is like, if you have a bad dog, and then you get a second dog, and then the first dog is no longer, like, doing bad stuff because the second dog gets to it first. It's like, that doesn't mitigate the fact that the first dog is, like, untrained and doing bad shit. Just because the second one is, like, by contrast, doing way more bad shit. And so essentially the first one's being neglected. So it's like, why do I care that she was doing these bad, cruel things, and then just because there's a new witch that's doing way worse stuff, and, like, not necessarily way worse, just, like, more recent bad stuff, I'm supposed to just forget that she was, like, wantonly cruel? Like, people are allowed to change, but this is a murder investigation, so, like, I actually don't really care that she's, like, changed her ways. Like, I might commute her sentence to a degree, but she still murdered these people. She's still getting a life sentence. I'm not giving her, like, multiple life sentences. But this seems like, I don't know, it's a very theatrical victory, in my opinion. I mean, you kill one man, you kill a dozen, they can only hang you once, but at the same time, it's like, I'm supposed to care that she's, like, less cruel than her protege. It's like, I mean, I guess, like, a little, but not that much. That's like Beatrice clinging to the fact that she never killed a child in the first 2 episodes. It's like, yeah, but you killed everyone else super grotesquely, so it's like, kind of what's the point, you know? And also at no point were we making the moral case that, like, witches are good. We're denying the existence of witches. We're not making a moral, like, ruling on whether witches are good or bad. It's just whether magic exists or not.
即死だったでしょう。たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしても、きっと手遅れだったに違いありません。
いいえ、違うわ。きっと生きてたわよ。胸にこんなものを刺されて、うちの人ももがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違いないのよ。
Yeah, how could they possibly die instantly, being stabbed in the gut and stabbed in the chest? Stabbed in the head, sure, maybe, but the forehead, terrible place to be stabbed. I don't even know that you would die instantly from that. Like, maybe if it was in the right place, but I think it would mostly just paralyze you, I think. Balor's parents also die in every timeline, which is pretty tweaked.
もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ。俺が一番マシなんだ。俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。だからもうちょっとだけ泣いたら大丈夫だから。
そんなことないよ。両親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる。僕には母さんがまだいる。バトラ君よりはるかにマシだ。
いや違うぜ。庄司の兄貴が一番辛いはずなんだ。分かってんだよ。
You lost your girlfriend and your father.
兄貴が俺たちの中で一番悲しくて辛いんだ。俺はそれを分かってる。だからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだ。
どうして僕の方が辛いなんて。
Well, because your mom's the murderer, obviously.
親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる。
That's why you've got it the hardest, is because you're gonna eventually have to stop your mother from all these crimes.
それが少し早くなっちまっただけの話だぜ。だが兄貴は違うぜ。いつか別れる親だけじゃない。これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずのシャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。人の命に重さなんかねえさ。赤ん坊の命だって年寄りの命だって同じくらいに尊いだろうよ。だがよ、それからの人生が長ければ長いほど、一緒に築いていく未来が長ければ長いほど、その死ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。兄貴はシャノンちゃんと婚約したんだろ。これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。その未来のでかさが、幸せのでかさがよ、俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなんだ。なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって無理に冷静を装ってやめてよ、バトラ君。悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。僕はシャノンと一緒にたくさんの未来を思い描き合ったさ。きっと100年の人生では叶えきれないくらいの夢を語り合ったさ。その夢の一番最初の籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。それに比べたら俺なんかだから俺にはこれ以上泣く資格なんかねえんだ。兄貴だってこらえてるのに俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて。同じだよ。親しい人を失えば悲しいのは僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。だからバトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない。そして僕だってもうこれ以上涙をこらえなければならないなんてルールもないんだもんね。兄貴、兄貴、
未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ。父さんも死んだ。悲しいな。悲しいな。
どうして俺がジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったかわかるか？
聞いていたからわかる。その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例すると。も
ちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間は
Are there demon childs in this track?
生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間をその力の限り生きている。それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。ましてや嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴は
I thought we were being possessed by a demon via electronics. I'm like, what the hell is that?
理解もできねえだろうがよ。これから生きる時間の長さだけじ
I
ゃ
don't like that at all.
一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと、これが一番
I hate that.
ジョージの兄貴はカムシャロに頑張って人生を生きてた。シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
しかしだな。
ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
お前の言い分に一定の理解をする。お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってことだ。だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解ができる。それがお前にとっては必要な行為だからならそれ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。つまり第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要なお前の残酷趣味だってことになる。俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時結局は最後には生き返らせるのだからどう殺したっていいじゃないかみたいなことを言ったそうだ。バルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
それは
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。
Yeah, it's also kind of boring to watch. It's like, either kill them or don't. I don't need to watch the same death scene 6 times. It's giving me like, is this the third run? This is episode 3. This is my first watch through. The powerlessness of this drives me crazy because I would be doing so many different things than the characters. Like, you guys that can just watch this all the way through, I'm gonna give you guys your flowers here. You're built different because I'm like, burn them with sigils. Why is this not a thing? Why are there not seals on the doors?
とてもとても恐ろしいことです。だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望み、あなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
Is the manga shorter than these or longer? Because if the manga is shorter than this, I would reread this. But if the manga is longer, I'm not opposed to it. I bet I have it in my manga reader. I bet it's one of the things in there. I mean, unless it's obscure.
禁忌の蜜と呼びます。人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。実に嘆かわしいことです。
I used to be a pretty avid manga reader. I still read, but like I'm supposed to be doing other things, so I don't read as much manga as I used to. But like that was the first thing I used my library card for, and I would just like 13 at a time because for whatever reason that was the limit for manga specifically. You could have a bunch of books, but the manga specifically they capped. And that was like back in the day before they had those they had like a reader thing, so they had something in the spine of the books, and you would scan the book and then you would put the spine of the book into this like weird photocopier looking device, and you check them all out and stuff. I just had this massive book bag that I would just like lug everywhere. The manga takes like 10 plus hours. Oh, okay, I can do that. No problem. I hate the voices in the background. I'm turning the voices down. They're tripping me out. Putting that back to 1. Creepy. Ooh, hey, hold on. We have more people. Nope, not that one. Dang it. Sorry. Configuration. Oh, so she's got her own voice. I don't know what that means. OST.
Ima, 俺は漠然と思ったことは、どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを延々と続けてるのかな。
Original soundtrack.
これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。
I don't know, so I like the soundtrack. I don't really have any complaints. I'm not a big fan of whatever those little I'm not a big fan of whatever those little affectations were a minute ago, where it's like voices in the background. I don't like that. But so far the songs have been pretty good. I've really enjoyed those. Come here, Mr. Kitty. I'll hold you again. I need to get a more plush snuggly pillow here. That's done pretty good. We're in episode 3. We're just after the 6th Twilight killing, I think. So we have 2 more murders to get to 13. Beatrice is getting sub-backed in. No more being on the bench for Beatrice. Is this game on stream? I have all of the other previous episodes on YouTube, so you should be able to go back and watch all of those. You should be able to catch up on this. I was working on putting in the, like, usually when I play stuff on here, I put, like, if it's episodic, I put timestamps for it, but there's just so much on here that I haven't done that. But I will be probably going back and, like, making a section for, like, episode 1 and, like, timestamping when it shifts from episode 1 to episode 2, or just putting, like, just generally what episode each stream is on, but I haven't done that yet, as far as I know. It's a lot. This game is a lot. Oh, I see.
対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
了
Oh, yeah,
解
yeah.
しました。
Yeah, no problem.
ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまでゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます。ベアトもそれでよろしいですね。
異論はない。わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。
Yeah, we won't get to the end of this chapter on this stream. I think it's gonna be the next one, but like I said, I'm gonna work probably in the next couple of days. I am working on formatting a book right now too, so I've got like a couple of projects going on at the same time. But eventually, I will be putting the timestamps for like episode 1 to the end of episode 1, and then episode 2 to the end of episode 2, and like putting that in the descriptions.
なら、まだ構成の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。
Also, I don't recommend jumping around because this is confusing as fuck if you're not paying attention.
負けるかもしれない。お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。しかし絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。お前が再び
Also, why does it say episode 5 through 8, whereas everything else has its own, like, distinct episode in the like, episode tree?
わらわはきっとそなたに認められて。
Kinzo, I think we just did a tier list earlier. Maybe I'll timestamp the tier list specifically. I'll put a note in that. But, I think so far, Kinzo, and then Beatrice is looking like she's starting to understand the difference between... Yeah, I mean, good for her. You know what I mean? Timestamp. Episode. Start. End. And here. This. Yeah, I think we had... In the very tippity top, we had Kinzo, we had Tiramisu, and then... Did we put Hideyoshi on the top?
今となってはむしろ幸いかもしれんな。もしも晴れていたなら、ゲストハウスに放火するという手もあり得たかもしれん。
Yeah, but are they split apart? Is the answer arc also... So, for example, once we get to episode 5, will it separate episode 5, and then it'll say 6 through 8, and then it'll separate... Like, will they separate, or is it just 5 through 8? Like, does it just make that all one thing? You know what I mean? Because the answers arc is shorter, yes? They will separate? Okay. Oh, okay. I guess I just didn't notice that it said 1 through 4 at the beginning. That was my main... I hadn't noticed that they'd separated until there. About the same length. That's so crazy. Okay. I just can't fathom where they would possibly find more information, but I guess we'll see when we get there. It's like a separate game. What? The mechanics of this is so confusing to me, but...
無理をされないようにしてください。
熱はまだ感じるけど、そんなことを言ってる場合じゃない。子供のためにも、今は寝込んでる場合じゃない。
Disc 1, Disc 2. Crazy. I can't... I thought it would be like episode 1 and episode 5 are like... together. Like, episode 1 is the questions portion, and then episode 5 is like the answer portion to episode 1. Like, I understand why you would separate them, because you wouldn't want the answers, because it would spoil the other stuff, but... And it's hard to ask, like, what the mechanics of this is without spoiling it, so I get it, but... Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to have an entire, like, after of this just dedicated to, like, what the fuck is going on, you know what I mean? like both in between the answer, but in between the questions arc, we're gonna have like a little just like brainstorm sesh, kind of like a rant cast, but not quite, and it'll just be yapping about Umineko. And then after every episode of the answers portion, we're also gonna have a yap session. So just keep in mind that that's how I'm going to like separate those off. That's my plan, at least. That might change once we get to the answers arc, once I understand the mechanisms of that more thoroughly. And then just to keep in mind, after Umineko, we're doing Dead Space. Any theories so far? I have a lot of theories, but I haven't like written them down. Like, for example, I was like pretty certain that Eva was the murderer. Again, the theories like don't really make sense to me because it's like these are all parallel universes and stuff like that. So it's like episode 1's theories don't translate to episode 2 and 3 and 4. So in episode 4, I was right that like Eva's one of the murderers, but oh, okay, cool. And the closed room stuff, like mostly the puzzles are kind of confusing to me, but at the same time, like I already have like some theories, but I'm gonna have to go back through and rewatch them anyway, and then I'll write down, like, what I've said when I rewatch them, you know what I mean? Because everything shifts and changes so much, it'll be interesting to see how that's changed over time. Well, I mean, at least for a portion of it, Ava's clearly got, like, multiple personalities or something. Unless this is what she's telling the detective, and in which case, if this is what she's telling the detective, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Unless, here's the thing, a lot of this is predicated on the fact that we haven't been completely lied to this entire time. Like, if they show us, like, for example, hypothetically, let's say, for sake of argument, that we're actually saying the truth of a scene. You know what I mean? Like, because you can, like, I'm not a wizard, so if, for example, just for sake of argument, when George and Shannon go on their first date, if it's actually happening in the way, yes, I'm aware, but if their date is actually happening as it went, I'm gonna come to a completely different conclusion than if he like forced her to go on the date, she's actually kind of uncomfortable, she doesn't really want to be there, all the signs where she's being shy is him just like, you know, retconning it in his brain, and in actuality she's like, yeah, that's great, that's awesome, and he's like, you're gonna be my wife, right? Like, you're gonna be my wife, and she's like, yeah, I'll give you my answer tomorrow on if I'm gonna be your wife or not, or whatever, and then he, like, gets it into his head, or he sees her tell Cannon, like, yeah, I actually, like, am not interested in him in the least, and then now I have a completely different perspective on whether or not, like, Henry's the murderer, you know what I mean? It's important to know whose perspective we're following during the scenes, because that's whose headspace we're in. Right. But, you know, like, again, people lie. So if we're being lied to in the scene and I don't have, like, enough evidence presented to me to, like, but again, we'll know that. I'll bitch and complain about that in the episodes where they, like, reveal it to us if I believe they didn't give us enough information. If, for example, they're like, oh no, actually, if you paid real close attention to, like, how he ordered breakfast, you'll actually see that this is a hostage situation. I'll be like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? So you guys will get plenty of rants and yapping. If they indeed do some shit like that, I'll crash out. You guys will get plenty of, like, Tim Dillon level crash outs if I feel like they were, like, intentionally obfuscating the truth and then trying to present it, like, nearly retconned that, like, we're stupid for not having grasped this like teeny tiny thread, that'll be really annoying. Because I suspect that this series is well written and they have given us enough information to accurately determine what's going on. But if they're trying to like put the entire burden on us to find the difference between a millimeter and a centimeter in regards to a crime and then solve a murder based off of that, I will freak out. Especially with the heavy time commitment of this. It's like, you watched 100 hours of this, but we intentionally made it super vague and ridiculous. I'll lose my mind. I'll lose my mind. Okay, cool. Because I'm telling you right now, there are books that do that, where they're like, well, actually, that's not the case, because if you really paid attention, his eye twitched a little bit, and that's how you know, like, people try and retcon that in bad writing all the time, but I don't think this was poorly written, so. But having zero information about this drives me crazy. Normally, if I wasn't on strict orders to not do so, I would be power reading the manga right now. But I'm being very good. I haven't looked anything up. This is all just what you see is what I see. So I'll just put that there. We will stop it on the next chapter, so definitely let me know when we get to the next chapter, because I'm not great at gauging that. If it's the mirror shatter, I'm good, but like I don't really understand the lace very well. So when we get to the next chapter, we're gonna cut it for the evening. We're gonna call it, and then on the next stream, we'll finish this episode. I'm usually pretty good about stopping when we hit spoilers. So usually when I watch anime, I'll watch the anime and it's like a 12 episode thing to like essentially promote the manga sometimes. And then I'll go and find where I've read 2 in the manga and then start from there. But sometimes I'll go back and stuff like that. So it's like pretty nice. Like a bonus episode. Ooh, Sunshine bonus episode reading manga wouldn't be too bad. I don't know if I can read the manga on stream like this, though. I feel like manga is like more heavily copywritten. Yeah, Battler and Beatrice aren't directly lying to us, except Beatrice is absolutely lying to us. She said as much. If she doesn't say it in red, she's lying to us. Potentially. It's her prerogative to lie to us. Now, it's possible that she's lying to us in such a way that she's like, oh, I never slept with that man. And it's like, yeah, but you slobbed him. Like, you know what I mean? So there's ways to lie without lying. And I feel like that's kind of the whole, like, arc of Beatrice, is that, like, she's lying through omission or obfuscation. So a woman.
それでもおじいさまは会えたんだろうね。
Yeah.
人生の半分を落として。
Kaz is like, it's a major plot point, Riley. You don't understand. And I'm like, so she's just any hoe that I've ever met in my life. Okay, yeah, that tracks. All right. 人生の半分をかけた研究にしては。It's like I didn't sleep with my boss. He hadn't been promoted yet. Okay, yeah. Solve my riddle.
女性に再会できたおじいさまは幸せだったはずさ。仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を神に咎められて、その身を焼かれ地獄に落とされたとしても、その見返りの再会がほんのわずかな時間だったとしてもね。
It'd be really crazy if Henry was the murderer this whole time because Grandpa Kenzo, like, he snuck away. He snuck away to Grandpa Kenzo and he's like, hey, I'd like to marry the furniture. And Kenzo was like, what? Fuck no, absolutely not. And then he's like, but what if I did it like this? Like, what if I did it this way? And he's like, no, obviously not. Like, I'm not going to let a woman be in charge of the family. Like, you're going to have to be the family leader or whatever. Everybody's going to be all pissed about it. And then he's like, what if I killed you about it? Oh, I have nicknames for everybody because, you know, it's just on a whim, essentially. So George is Henry. Kaza, I believe, has a list of nicknames. Once again, I'll be making some graphics for this and stuff like that, but I am a bit of a space case. So let me nickname PNG for Discord. Okay. So that is on my list of things to finish, is to have some graphics and stuff like that so that everybody can know what I'm talking about. You can have essentially like little cue cards you can flip through and understand what the hell I'm talking about. Like, there for a minute, Shannon was Sharon because she was pissing me off. So I was just like, yeah, Sharon the table who can't pour tea. Oh, no, you're totally good. No, you're totally good. There's a lot of really deep lore within this cult, and it never hurts to ask, you know what I mean? Like, we have a lot of watermelon-based lore, which was brought up to me the other day. They're like, so do you support Palestine? I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what does watermelon have to do with Palestine? And then somebody sent me, like, a thing off of Instagram, and I was like, oh, yeah, I could see where people would think but I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Babylonians. Like, I am historically quoted as not giving a fuck about Babylonians, but I do have a hankering for watermelon and occasionally consume entire melons, so fair point. Also, if you hear us referring to a table, that's Shannon. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of back lore.
Are any of
like is anything about this room different? I don't really remember there being like an Aztec style painting on there, but I could have just not been paying attention. It's the same. Yeah, I guess I just have like room blindness. It's because there's nobody in front of it, I think. I think Cannon would be a chair. Like, I think if you had to think of a furniture piece that Cannon would be, I think he would be a chair. Also, early on, I think I was calling Cannon Yuki because I just, like, could not get that in my brain. And then Dr. Nanjo I've been calling Tiramisu because his, one of his, I can't remember which one of his names, looks like Tiramisu. Got a couple memes about that. Oh my god, has he been poisoning his mother? Probably not, but that'd be juicy. I've been trying to get some, like, nice, good screenshots of, like, the backgrounds of everything in here as well. Just for, like, some good thumbnails. Because we've got, like, if I just do my due diligence in the first half of this, the thumbnails for the second half will be so easy. I've been priding myself on making, like, pretty choice thumbnails for this series, but to be honest, I'm not, like, crazy about the last thumbnail. It just wasn't speaking to me as much as I thought it would. Man, George's going through it right now. Way better than episode 1 where she had her face completely smashed. Not, well, I guess not completely, but, like, horrifically smashed, I guess I should say. Oh, is he gonna go... He gonna go back up there and see?
僕はシャノンを失ったショックで少しおかしくなってるのかな。
Ooh. Yo, cremation is sick. Corpses in the ground is so weird and macabre to me, but like a pyre, that's a good practice, you know what I mean?
つまりそれは西洋人は死者が
Return to the earth through
存在を
flame.
知っていたからなんだ。でも日本にはその奇跡がなかったから。
I'm immortalizing this right now. I want my corpse to be cremated. I think that'd be sick. My lawyer has to watch 10,000 hours of streams to figure out my last wishes. It's the worst. It's the worst will he's ever contrived. There's no timestamps whatsoever. He has to watch my complete body of work. I wonder if he was given that vast amount of gold as a dowry. He gets all that money as a dowry, and then before he can figure out the marriage business. Okay, one sec. He got all that money as a dowry for a young Beatrice, but before he could exercise the whole getting married business, then his actual wife and him get married, and they have kids, but he has to hide that gold and Beatrice because he intends on making good on that as like a marriage, because he's like, yes, I'll marry this witch or whatever. Grandpa Kenzo's got some crazy lore. Like the fact that he has 6 toes is never mentioned until his death. Nobody else in the family has polydactylism. I mean, it's not a guarantee that'll pass on, but wouldn't that be crazy? Do we figure out that Battler has 6 toes? I think you said no, but that'd be crazy. Yeah, Kinzo's S tier for sure.
無限の魔法などなくとも、わらわは1000年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ。死者を蘇らすなど、造作もないことよ。
Like, is this a chapter change? Or is this just like a ooh, spooky ghost moment?
聞こえるとも。あなたは誰だい？本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ？それとも僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なのか？
Probably the latter, I would imagine.
もしも前者だったならば、僕の願いを聞いてほしい。そして後者なら僕をそっとしておいてほしい。
わらわが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェで
Kill 2 more people. Kill 2 more people. Oh my god. He's caught the schizophrenia guy. Stop him. You, like your grandfather, want somebody to do tricks on it. Kill 2 more people, and my revival will be complete, and I can bring back that Kinusi.
ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているならば、どんな対価にも応じる。僕の命を望むなら、今すぐに捧げてもいい。
Well, that'd be pretty stupid.
どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい。
Okay, so this is so stupid. Henry, George, for sake of argument, let's say that she does. Let's say she exchanges your life for Shannon's. Shannon's a servant. She's a servant of a household that's been mostly decimated. She's gonna have to work at, like, a brothel or something. Like, she's not gonna just be able to, like, be a kept woman. Like, if you were alive, you could marry her and solve some of her problems. But, like, as it stands, she's gonna have to get a different job, probably from people that aren't gonna treat her as well, because she's not that competent. He did say in episode 1 he'd be Kenzo if it meant bringing her back. I mean, if anything solidifies that he should be the head of this house, it's his dogged determination to murder all these people for a woman he's obsessed with. And if that doesn't make him the second coming of Grandfather Kenzo, I don't know what else will convince you people.
対価はいらぬ。その願い叶えて使わそう。
本当にシャノンを。
うん。だが反言の魔法を扱うには今のわらわには魔力が足りぬ。だからそなたの手を借りねばならない。
I ask for nothing in return except you're gonna have to do some stuff for me. That doesn't even make sense on its head. Bro's in a schizophrenic trance right now. He's like, yeah, whatever I gotta do. Whatever I gotta do to bring back my underage girlfriend.
さすれば冥府の扉に隙間ができよう。だが今のわらわにはその隙間よりシャノンの魂を連れ出せるほどの力はない。しかしシャノンのことを強く思うそなたならその思いを魔力に変えて。
George, I'm gonna need you to perform some light necromancy. Can you do that, George? Can you do some necromancy?
わらわを手伝う。
Well, of course. Why wouldn't I do necromancy? Well, for the obvious reasons that she's a corpse. Oh, is he gonna pull a contracted and just, like, get down and dirty in the, what are those called? In the mortuary? No, guys, you don't understand. I'm bringing her back to life.
静かにせよ。今のわらわはとても脆い。この上さらに他の人間まで現れたら姿を保ちきれぬ。そなたの願いは叶えるから。今は沈黙せよ。よいか。
He was holding a mug. Oh, right. He was going to make tea and stuff like that. With the power of your feelings, we will bring her back to life.
どうやって
Okay.
下には母さんたちがいる。表へ出るのを許してくれるわけがない。それにあなたはさっき他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい？
そういえばそうだった。
Oh, right.
クラウスたちがおったか。それでは確かに下へ降りられぬな。
Jump out the window, Henry.
一階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいいではないか。簡単な話よ。
We're gonna show you how your schizophrenic mom killed your dad. Man, dude, mental illness runs so deep in this family, it's part of their very bones. You examine Kenzo's bones, it just says schizophrenic. How crazy would that be? That'd be so helpful. Jump out this window. We're gonna pull a Game of Thrones real quick, dog. You got this. You're the heir to the Iron Throne, and your girlfriend's just died. What do we do? Real quick. Yeah, I'll show you who's dead. All the servants. So, here's all the corpses. So, I don't know why it does this every time. It makes me open it to the witch side twice, and then it'll go to the humans. I'm not sure what that is, but Kenzo, self-immolated like a monk. Then Shannon. Then Cannon. Then Genji. Then Goda. Then Kumasawa. Then, apparently, Rosa. Oh, I see. Then Maria, then Rudolph, then Kairi, then Hideyoshi. So here are the deaths as they are presently. Oh, this makes a jolly little pyramid. Nice. Anyway. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Just jump out the window, George. It'll be great. You'll see your girlfriend. You'll see your girlfriend, George. It'll be fine. I'm pretty sure you can jump from a first-story window to the ground. Don't try that, by the way. Yeah, she's being a real bitch in the beginning. She's like, maybe I will let you guys be together, maybe I won't. Well, I mean, that's because she's got a lot riding on this. Pun intended. I don't know, I feel like if you load your body properly and you're real drunk, because drunks have no bones, turns out. Again, everything on here is satire, you guys. Don't perform these things at home. I'm not your mother, your lawyer, your EMT. Don't do none of this. Ooh, this one's pretty, actually. One sec, I want this. Oh, it's got all of my words on it. Forgot about that. That's fine. I do like the art. I forgot that when I was screenshotting everything before, it was before I turned on the widget. So like all the widgets I use to be able to communicate with you guys via stream are on here. Which in the future, in my beautiful planned future, I will have 2 screens and all this bullshit will be on a different screen so that this will be beautiful and pristine. and able to be easily screenshotted through a number of buttons that I can press on the side. I will fully automate the robotics of all of this back-end bullshit, and it'll just be so crisp and so good. It'll be the best. The clips will be so good. Hopefully by then I can just grow a clone in a vat to do all this shit.
Aと残すは第7、第8の番だけね。あと2人で先代のババアの義理はおしまいだわ。クラウスと夏日を殺す。夫婦仲良くね。
I feel like Klaus would be the type of dude that'd be like, take her. She produced me a frail heir, and she often interrupts my meetings. Get her. Oh, I see what you're saying. British funny girls. Making a second monitor content. Listen, the second monitor would actually allow there to be more stuff on there. And who's to say I wouldn't have them stacked? Ideally, I'd have multiple cameras too, because I would plan to have, I talked about this at length, but my office would have, like, background kitty cat stuff, so that you guys would be able to, when you guys donate and stuff like that, you guys would be able to, like, drop toys for Squirrel and for Fatty and stuff like that. And then there would be, like, scaffolding behind me where the cats can, like, vibe and hang out, and then they can watch stuff with us. And there should be different camera angles so you guys can see them, like, hanging out and junk. Also, it'd be really cool to have, like a setup in the kitchen for our cooking streams, because then we can stream for even longer. We do, like, an early afternoon stream. We have an hour break that's just me transitioning to the cooking stream segment of it, where we make snacks. And then the evening stream where we, like, you know, maybe we hang out, like, watch stuff, or react, or do the second part of the first stream. Who knows? I'm about to kick off my outdoor channel stream this spring as well, where we go outside and touch grass and do farm girl business. That one has chickens and flowers. We'll be doing a flower arranging stream, at least I think in the fall too. Okay, so this is the end of this chapter. Alright, so we're going to call it there, just so that we don't blow right past this. Ooh, pretty. Okay, so one sec, I'm going to toggle off the widget real quick. I'll bring you guys back, don't worry. Okay. One sec. Guest house. And... hello, widget. There you go. And you guys are back. Okay. Yeah, I wanted this earlier, but again, I was fighting with the screen grab on my computer, so I couldn't get like a nice crisp screen grab of that. But now we have it. So we're gonna save this. Save. And last time we were at 1, so we'll go to 2. We'll be at 2 now. And this trips me out. Okay, so 3, 7, 10. Okay. And then let's hop up to the title screen because I want to look at some of those. I want to look at our photo box again because we get some pretty fun stuff on here. When's the next stream? Tomorrow. No, we stream Monday and Friday for the main streams. I can't remember what day today is. I think today's Monday. Tuesday, I run all my errands and stuff like that, but we will be doing book club in the Discord. We'll be, well, maybe. We're either going to be playing more Lethal Company, which I've grown quite accustomed to, or we will be finishing Quan Mills, This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib. We have, like, another, like, 30% of that book to finish off, so depending on how the evening goes, that'll be what's cooking. But then we will reconvene. I have some bonus out of stream stuff that I'm doing on Thursday. So Friday stream we'll pick back up on Umineko, and then Saturday I'm going to do a bonus stream with the tea from Thursday. So don't ask me about anything that happened on Thursday on Friday. I'm saving that for Saturday's rant stream. So I think we have anything new from this one. I don't think we have anything new on this photo picture. And then the next series we do, so once we finish Umineko, we'll be doing Dead Space. So the next thing that we're working on is Dead Space. Dead Space is quite long. It's multiple games, so I don't know if we'll play all of them all together, but we will, we'll probably do, like, at least 2 of them, and then maybe we'll do something else and then hop back to it. You know what I mean? I'll just see where that goes. Yeah, because this is the new one, and was it this one? This is new. Yeah, I think, is this new? Yeah. This is new. This is new. The Aura. This one's great. Like that one. This one is pretty good. That's a pretty good one. I didn't like how this one was not a full screen. That kind of pissed me off the other day. I was kind of mad they didn't extend that one out. Same with this one. These are only partials, but, like, whatever. And then we didn't get any new ones on here, I don't think. But I really like seeing the new, like, pictures and stuff that we get on these. Those are kind of interesting. Okay, so we got all that done. So pop back over to the Yap screen. So anyway, we do stream Monday and Friday. I have been trying to do like a just chatting at the very beginning, but I blew straight past that today, and I was fighting with my computer over the screenshot thing. So hopefully I can get that figured out so that we can continue to go back to the just chattings before we go to the main game, because I really do enjoy that, and I feel like it gives people time to, like, kind of, like, get into it, and I haven't been fulfilling that for you guys. So we'll do that. We're going to work on rotating that back into streaming so that you can kind of, like, filter in, and, like, I feel like there's, like, quite a bit of a delay before it, like, the notifications hit everybody's inbox and stuff like that, so I don't like that you guys are, like, kind of behind and, like, having to, like, skip to where we're at. Like, that kind of sucks. So I'm going to fix that. Then we are going to get some more PNGs going. We are doing, I don't know, I'm probably going to either finish up the Let's Date Everything on Saturday, because we have another 25 pieces of furniture to find and romance in that, or we'll either do that, or we'll do a Hello Kitty Island Adventure, like just kind of mobbing around while I yap situation. We'll see how it goes. And I have been trying to put those in the Discord scheduler. So again, if you want to watch on YouTube or you want to watch on Twitch, doesn't matter to me. You guys are equal in my eyes. However, just a reminder, I have a separate I have a separate program that keeps track of the YouTube people's channel points, which is a thing that Twitch does that rewards you guys' loyalty and stuff like that. So based off of the live streams you watch, you guys get points that are equal to Twitch on that. So right now our current head on that is AE. You have 11,370 points on there. I believe with this particular program you can only redeem those on stream, but if you like message me on Discord, I'll tell you what your points are and how you can redeem those until I get a more automatic mechanism in place so you guys can do that. Max, you're doing pretty good too. You are on Twitch, but you have 10,000 points currently, according to this thing here for Twitch. I don't know if it keeps track of the ones that you've already spent or whatever, but I am trying to make the Twitch and the YouTube people equal insofar as your loyalty points, because I don't know why they don't just like systematize that already, but that's probably kind of a unique ask. Then we have, what is it? What other things am I trying to remember right now? I did finish the hard edits of where the feedback ends. So if you guys are new here, I am also an author. I wrote this book, this vampire romantasy book. It's kind of spicy. It's like a 3 out of 5. It's about a grumpy farm girl and a devil-may-care vampire that go on an adventure to a kingdom he's supposed to be ruling but isn't. And then I got bored waiting for that to be the cover to be illustrated. So, oh my gosh, of course it's like, oh, I see. I have, my bag is closed right now. 1 second. So because I was bored waiting for that cover, gorgeous cover, by the way, shout out to Rachel. She did a fantastic job on that. I got bored and wrote a contemporary fiction while I was waiting. I finished all of the hard edits on this, and so now I'm re-listening through it for the audio pass, so I can send that off to be rendered into an audiobook for you guys. And I'm fixing some minor formatting because I ended up adding 10,000 words that I hadn't initially planned on. So those are reaching final stages. I have refused to set deadlines on those now because every time I set a deadline, I get sick or injured. So I will be posting those as surprise alerts when they're finished. And then if you guys want to read the paperbacks that are in production, then I will let you know when that happens. Maybe I'll figure out how to launch those when the time comes. But I think that's all of the, of course it gives all of the announcements on here. I need to automate more announcements because I always forget them at the end. But luckily, here are all the announcements I basically just got done telling you. And I think that's all of them. If I'm forgetting anything, join the Discord. I'm on there every single day. I might stream twice a week, but I'm on the Discord every single day. We have extra little things like, for example, this stream, we bet on how long Squirrel would stay in this box because she decided she wanted to be in this box the whole time I was streaming, and then she jumped out. So whoever guessed an hour and 30 minutes of her being in that box, I think it was Kaza, you get an automatic +3 on the Discord because you were correct in your estimate of how long she would be in there. We are just shy of 6 hours for this stream, so I think I even got the stream time guesstimate correct. So that has been our show. I will see you guys